Chapter 771. Once a war began, it would often be a competition of who made the most preparations. Those who fought immediately would usually die a pitiful death. It was obvious that this joint battle wouldn't be done hastily. Many countries would coordinate with each other and create a strategic command center. They would then split up the two battlefields and simultaneously tie down the mage country's forces. The Ottoman Empire's fleet would then forcefully land on the mage country's main forces and directly attack Asalivis. The final battle that the humans hoped for was a pincer attack from both sides, gradually eating away at the dimensional doors until they finally broke through Asalivis and destroyed all those damn dimensional doors. Such a large-scale operation involving so many countries and species definitely wouldn't be something that could be accomplished by chatting and drinking tea in Bardi. Not only would it take only a month to prepare, I felt that it would take at least a year to prepare. Asalivis was like a malignant tumor growing on Bardi's chest. If Asalivis wasn't completely eradicated, it would always be a major problem. And now, Bardi had decided to completely eradicate this wound that was constantly leaking pus and blood at all costs. If one really wanted to investigate the root of this plan, it would probably be traced all the way back to Emperor Bardi's reign. Back then, Orlas Mose Savoy Saint-Maron didn't care about anything as he furiously expanded his territory. Everyone believed that he had either lost his rationality due to his ambition or that he had gone completely insane. Normally, expansion would be to swallow and digest everything, gradually using methods such as population migration, cultural upbringing, and religious corruption to completely erase all traces of the old country. Then 1 or 2 generations later, the new country would be completely swallowed up. However, while Orlas was in power, he swallowed up other small countries every year. In just 30 years, he managed to multiply Bardi's territory by several times. Perhaps it looked very impressive, but those who truly understood politics and history were all waiting for him to fail. One couldn't become fat with just one mouthful of food. If one blindly ate without caring about their health, they would only end up bursting themselves to death. Actually, back then, some people had already started calling Orlas the foolish emperor. But now that I looked back, the truly foolish ones were the wise ones who had called Orlas the foolish emperor before me. Orlas did that for the sake of expansion. He did it to seek medical treatment for Bardi. Back in the day, the undead had taken over the gigantic Bardi Empire's body. Aso himself was the incredibly difficult person to deal with. Orlas didn't even have the power to directly fight against this ancient undead emperor who had a spell that could control his life and death. And so, Aso secretly supported the Southern Sect, which was the natural enemy of the undead. He also thought of a way to obtain the Mist Kingdom's holy artifact, the Crown of Thorns, and transformed himself into an undead, freeing himself from Aso's undead control. At the same time, he very irrationally brought the flames of war to the mage country's borders. Now that he looked back, he could understand his good intentions at that time. He knew that the only people capable of directly fighting against the undead and undead emperors were the Cloud Tower's mages. However, these mages were famous for not caring about anything. Fine. Since you guys are so high up and don't care about worldly affairs, I'll throw trouble at your doorstep. Let's see if you guys care about it. Back in the day, the undead had chosen Victoria Harbor as their base of operations, partly because of Orlas's influence. The sly old scorpion had disguised himself as a half-undead who admired the undead emperor. He would do whatever the undead emperor told him to do. He had been a loyal traitor for 30 years, waiting for an opportunity to betray the undead. This also explained why the Bardi Empire had been so irrationally provoking the entire world back in the day. Not only did they have a falling out with the Holy Church, but they also declared war on the mage country. If the mage country still didn't care, Orlas really would have launched an all-out attack, drawing the Holy Church and the mage country into a pincer attack, forcing the undead to reveal themselves. At most, we'll just die together. But now, the situation had changed greatly. The most obvious change was Roland's arrival, which prevented the Bardi Empire from fighting to the death. Also, being forced to commit suicide could be said to be a miracle blessed by the heavens. This also allowed Bardi and Orlos to swiftly break free from the undead's control. In the end, Orlos, who had reached the end of his life, once again sacrificed both his reputation and his life, causing the Hades faction to owe him a huge favor. That sacrifice was an opportunity to create the current alliance of 3 major countries. If Orlos was still treated as a foolish ruler because of this, it was likely that more than 99% of the world's population was mentally retarded. And today, Orlos's plan was still in effect. Bardi's border with the mage country had become an unavoidable obstacle for the invaders from another world. Even the most aloof mages wouldn't be able to ignore the threat right under their noses. That was why things were still the same as before. It was just that the imaginary enemy from back in the day had changed. The devils had taken over the undead's mass, and they would also have to face attacks from many sides. And with the current grand strategy, even I wouldn't be able to directly go against the Alliance's orders. After all, I was no longer a lone commander who didn't need to worry about food anymore. Actually, I'm a pacifist, pure and simple. I sincerely praised "Long live peace," but the people around me still looked at me with expressions that said, "You're kidding me," or "Your joke isn't funny at all," just like in the past. Actually, I've always been telling the truth, but sometimes the truer the truth, the less people would believe it. Actually, I was becoming less and less interested in this battle. However, I had no choice in the world. If I ran away now, it would likely be quite troublesome in the future, especially since what they wanted me to do was incredibly important. To the west of the Forest of Dreams, the Ottoman fleet was still suppressing the devils and undead with intermittent firepower in order to protect their frontline troops from successfully landing on land. However, the frequency of the Ottoman fleet's cannons had drastically decreased. If they had been the true masterminds of the battle yesterday, today they were probably only showing off their own existence. The enemy still had doubts and didn't dare to approach the coastline. Most of the Ottoman fleet believed that this was because victory was already in their grasp. Only a few Ottoman fleet captains knew that the true reason for the ceasefire was that they had run out of ammunition. In this generation, mana was a type of energy resource that could be regenerated. There would also be professionals calculating the amount of arrows that could be used. However, the magic cannons used by the battleships not only required a tremendous amount of mana, but they also required all sorts of magical ores and ammunition for the cannons. Yesterday's ambush had been quite fun. However, in order to maintain the pressure on the battlefield, especially against the devils and undead calamity that only existed in legends, the first-generation captains of these ordinary battleships didn't give the order to hold back their firepower. Instead, they kept on shouting, "Denser the cannons on the port side! Get out of the way! Let me personally fire the cannons! Big is beautiful and many is justice. Let the entire world witness the teachings of the truth of cannons! Ahaha, blast them all! Why are you so slow? Didn't you guys eat? Whoever dares to drag me down again, I'll toss them into the cannon and shoot them out." All right, even though the lines were probably **T, the craziness was real. If there was anything better than firing cannons, it would probably be firing cannons at moving targets without having to worry about being attacked by the targets. However, after an entire day of pleasure, an inexplicable sense of emptiness troubled these guys with excessive testosterone. We've used up more than half of our ammunition in just half a day. I thought that I could continue firing for 3 days and 3 nights, but in the end, I've become useless in just 1 day. What a useless thing. When new weapons and equipment were thrown onto the battlefield, it wasn't just the weapons themselves that needed time to perfect, how to use and operate them, as well as to create effective manuals for using the weapons. All of these required the accumulation of time and experience. In the past, the captains of the battleships had never enjoyed the pleasure of being bombarded by hundreds of cannons. Just the combination of solid and hollow lead bullets and gunpowder stores, as well as the high reloading speed and firing speed, meant that they didn't need to worry about using up all their ammunition in a short afternoon battle. It would be quite easy for such a problem to occur if they used their past experience with new toys. The entire battleship fleet only had about 40% of its ammunition left. This was still fine for regular battles, but if they had to engage in a large-scale invasion to provide cover, it was likely that they would run out of ammunition in just half a day, and everyone would become spectators. Fortunately, this wasn't a problem that would occur in direct combat with enemy forces. They wouldn't need to pay a heavy price to make up for it. The prerequisite is that we can resupply in time. It would take more than a month for the Ottoman Empire to resupply by sea. However, it would only take 2.5 days for the airships to arrive in a straight line from Bardi. However, if the airships took a straight line from the east to the west, even if they didn't pass through Asalivas, they would still pass through Asalivas's borders, which would be the equivalent of a suicide mission. It wasn't impossible to take a detour, but that would definitely miss the Mage country's large-scale invasion that was scheduled to take place in 3 days, which would ruin their entire offensive plan. In order to distract the undead on both sides, the eastern battlefront also began their offensive. If the western battlefront failed at this time, it would be the equivalent of the pincer attack becoming nothing more than food. This was absolutely unacceptable. Helplessly, the command center decided to forcefully resupply the undead at all costs. Unfortunately, I was the one who had to do this unfortunate task. Welcome the airships? Help you protect them? Are you sure? I think that you should reconsider. If you let this man who can summon misfortune follow the airships, those airships will likely head directly for the Hades. Although Harlois's words were rather unnecessary, I didn't refute her in a way. I tacitly agreed to this situation. However, Harlois continued to insist, and I refused. After all, I was nominally a higher-up in the Mist Alliance. In the end, the messenger told me the truth. Actually, there are 2 airships coming here. One of them is going in a more direct direction. There aren't many crew members on it, and there aren't many goods on it. The other airship is going on a smaller path around the mountains, so it'll arrive slightly later. Haha, you're the bait! I miss the silly cat's cat form more and more. How fun would it be to grab her by the neck, shake her until she fainted, and then toss her out? At this point, everyone knew what was going on. Harlois was telling me to receive the bait, and then do their best to attract as much firepower and attention as possible so that the real supply airships could pass through. Who came up with such a strategy? You're using everything to the extreme. You can even use a jinx in such a way. Amazing. I really wanted to toss this silly cat who was giving me a thumbs up into the sky. However, I was also looking forward to her answer. Yep, I definitely didn't intend to blacklist this person. It was just that Harlois understood me so well, so I wanted to toss that person into the sea to practice swimming. Revenge? Was I such a petty person? You are. I ignored my system, which was doing its best to increase my existence. I also received the answer I expected. Actually, it's Her Majesty Renee of the Mist Alliance. All right then, as expected, this silly girl was making trouble for me again. Making trouble for me again? Chapter 772. Since when did I know that this plan would definitely succeed? Was it since I became a jinxer recently? Was it since Renee suggested this plan? Or probably from the moment you left home? The moment you appeared, everyone gave up on their own opponents and focused on hunting you down. What sort of taunting ability is this? Shut up. Can't you see that we're being hunted down? Behind me was a black mass of high-level devils and undead. The moment I stepped out of the forest of dreams, these damned devils instantly gave up on everything and were determined to hunt me down. Damn it, just what did those bastards promise you? Is it worth hunting me down like this? I shouted angrily at the several hundred people behind me, but I didn't expect that I would really get an answer, and many answers at that. God equipment. The secret to becoming an undead emperor. The vacant Devil King's throne. The master of this land. the #1 leader of Asalivus. The master of this land is me, the idiot above me. Become the disciple of a chaos main god. Forbidden spells and countless magical knowledge. All right then, I never expected that I would be so valuable now. Even I was tempted. Hee, they really do love you. Do you want me to toss you to them? I could only helplessly continue running. Actually, to us, escaping was just a concept. Those fellows behind us actually dared to find trouble with me. So none of them were weaklings. Even though my flying speed wasn't slow, in the eyes of experts who specialized in flying, it wasn't much. However, if 1 or 2 people were to block my path, I would be able to kill them quickly, even if they managed to surround me. You're not fighting, and you're not retreating. Why is that? You're a living person. You'll eventually get tired and careless, as long as you reveal an opening. Whether or not I would reveal an opening was something to worry about in the future. But there was nothing wrong with shooting a holy light cannon at those who talked too much. Even if they surrounded me, not a single one of them would be willing to be cannon fodder. They would drag each other down rather than cooperate. In the end, I would still be able to kill my way out. It was definitely a mistake that Shupness and the Lord of Tyranny didn't come personally. Without a mega boss capable of controlling the situation, such a pursuit would be meaningless. Prince Roland! Please don't walk this way. Don't hurt people. Please don't come any closer. Well, it meant a lot to the others on the battlefield. TSK, a bunch of cowards. Even though I said that, even though my teammates were so cold-blooded and didn't help me when I was in danger, can they help me? But for the sake of my hard-earned reputation, I wisely chose to walk in remote places. But if this went on when I really encountered a supply fleet, I wouldn't know if they were here to protect me or if they had traveled thousands of miles just to scam me. Even if you want to be bait, you should at least show some sincerity. And so I turned around, drew my sword, and prepared to have a good fight. I wanted to clear out the number of pursuers and tell those old fellows that even a small dog has a few teeth. And then he turned around and continued running. Shupness, can you have some dignity? You're an undead emperor. Yet you're bringing so many people to beat me up. Roland, if you stop, I'll fight you one-on-one. Only an idiot would stop. Earlier, there had only been around 100 or 200 monsters. Now, just 2 laps later, there were almost 500 or 600 monsters. Not only that, they were all powerful characters. Now that I turned around, there was even an undead emperor. How stupid would I be to stop? This is probably the largest train in all of history. Your eyes are spinning. Who do you want to scam this time? Sometimes it would be nice to have someone who is far too familiar with you by your side. Sometimes it would also be inexplicably annoying. I was just wondering if there were any good friends around here. At this moment, I missed the Holy Church immensely. If they were here, I would be able to lead this group of undead monsters into the battlefield. That would be so fun. But right now, if I charged into the center of the battlefield, I would probably cause chaos on the entire battlefield. In that case, why couldn't I cause chaos? Was I really such a good person who would think of others? I instantly understood and unhesitatingly led my group into the undead and devil army. The hidden arrows and curses that came from behind were more than enough to annihilate any ordinary undead or devil army. Of course, there were also some unlucky ones who got caught in the crossfire of the train. Roland, you're luring monsters to harm people again. The silly cat was becoming happier and happier. Ever since she left the Forest of Dreams, her happiness level and activity level had been rapidly increasing. However, continuing like this wasn't a solution. Although I was confident in my stamina and patience, the enemies behind me were all undead and devils. The living wouldn't be able to outlast the undead and perverts. When did you remove yourself from the category of perverts? I didn't say anything else as I picked up the cat by the neck and tossed her behind me. The black cat was instantly vaporized in midair. Is the Animal Protection Society here? Someone's abusing a cat. The silly cat reappeared and landed lightly on my shoulder. As she washed her face, she even licked my face with the same tongue that she had just used to lick her paw. I really wanted to toss this cat out again, but I didn't want to do something pointless. I could only helplessly continue running. But by now, I had more or less figured out how to deal with the undead behind me. Flash. Light of dawn. My dawn holy light sword rose into the air again as a calm, yet scorching pure holy light began to illuminate the land. The holy light sun floated above my head and began to purify and weaken all non-order existences in the area. Follow me. Let's see if you'll die or not. Humph. You want to fight me? Keep chasing me. Once you're weakened to a certain extent, I'll counterattack. Roland, I don't know if they'll die or not, but if you don't turn off this ball of light, you're going to die. Look behind you. What? I paused in surprise at the silly cat's words. I then turned around and flew even faster without saying anything else. Now, it wasn't just the undead lords and powerful devils chasing after me. Countless low-level undead and mid-level and low-level devils had all abandoned their positions. The entire battlefield had come to a standstill because of me, and now everyone was chasing after me. This thing really can be taunted. When I had used it on that rainy day, everyone had tried their best to break through my defenses and cause trouble for me. I never expected that just using it would be able to taunt the entire battlefield. Of course, if I really let you shine on me for half an hour, the enemy undead generals will become undead chefs, and the ghouls will become lapdogs. The overwhelming undead army before me was only trying to kill me. I could only helplessly turn off my dawn holy sword. At this time, I finally discovered that the dawn holy sword that I had always been quite satisfied with was lacking. I should have installed a control device to adjust the brightness and range of the light. The purer and more limitless a power is, the purer and stronger it will be. If you convert this type of battlefield ability into a controllable ability, its power will be greatly reduced according to the dimensional rules. Are you willing to do that? Of course, I'm not willing to. Not only did the two of us have the leisure to chat, there wasn't much else we could do apart from chatting. At this moment, Renee, who was currently at the Eastern Battlefront, also received a report that Roland was being hunted down. She then sent out reinforcements with a hopeful expression. How could this be possible? She simply smiled and sent out even more supply fleets. I knew that Brother Roland would be unparalleled in the world if he were to act as bait to attract aggro. Now, our supply fleets can depart. Everyone applauded. The command center then started applauding. From a certain standpoint, Roland became public enemy number one when he informed Cavendish of his plan. Just providing information about Roland's location on the Contract Heroes bounty list would reward more than 100,000 fate points. This was a mega amount of wealth that no ordinary person would ever be able to obtain in their entire lifetime. Fairies were everywhere searching for Roland's tracks. Spies from various countries didn't stop. Even the residents of the Chaos Abyss unhesitatingly betrayed him. When someone intended to destroy the world, or perhaps their actions would cause the entire world to be destroyed, it was only natural that even the air, water, and earth would become their enemies. This greatly hindered Roland's progress. If you went out to buy a pack of cigarettes and the old lady next door pointed at you and screamed at you, it would be quite difficult to even do anything. The Chaos Girls who received news of Roland's death would do everything in their power to survive. By now, almost all the Chaos Girls who were still free had chosen to join some mega faction in search of protection. Currently, there were confirmed rumors that the god of Holy Light's former Holy Maiden Sophia was currently at the Holy Church's headquarters, the Holy Mountain. That was the place closest to the god of Holy Light. If Cavendish dared to come here, he would definitely have to face the god of Holy Light head-on. The other Chaos Girls were in similar situations. Some joined the Nature faction, some joined the Mist Alliance, and some entered other dimensions and exiled themselves. It was faintly publicized that there were 5 confirmed Chaos Girls. As for the exact number, only Cavendish and Cynthia knew. Meanwhile, Cavendish wasn't in a good situation either. In the darkest part of the chaos abyss, the gigantic giant god had fallen into a deep slumber. Green vines kept growing out of his golden body with abnormal vigor. However, the vines were growing out of the wounds and cracks on his body. If it wasn't for the fact that the giant god had been bored and decided to sow seeds on himself, then it was only natural that the wounds were left behind by his enemies. Countless little demons surrounded him with scissors and poison, helping him remove the weeds and vines. However, the speed at which they removed the weeds was inferior to the speed at which the plants grew. This statue-like giant god was about to be completely covered in plants. Below him, there were also countless figures busying themselves. Most of them were women. One of them was a beautiful witch with horns on her head. She held a parasol as she waved her whip and urged the demons below her to work harder. She was probably the person that all devils hated the most, the traitor Ilmigia. Another succubus was currently placing some pearls into a hole in the wall. This succubus appearance was far too similar to Harloise. Didina was the former last elven emperor. She had been Harloise's mother in Harloise's previous life. In the large area, the wall was the most obvious. On the black wall, black shadows moved in and out as if there were countless female ghosts trapped inside. In the center of the wall, a human woman was tied to it. She was Cynthia, who had been chosen by Cavendish. Didina was currently carefully controlling the soul pearls that Carwins had previously collected. Every single soul pearl would slightly fill up the hole in the wall after being injected into it. It wouldn't be long before the entire wall of creation was completely filled up. Chapter 773. 10 years ago, the entirety of Aichi had been plagued by war as well. However, it was foundationally different from the present. It seemed that ever since I arrived in the mortal plane, there hadn't been a single day without war. This wasn't because I always mocked myself for being a jinx or a jinx. It was because this damned world had entered yet another holy war. There was no longer any peace in the world. When the entire world was engulfed in the flames of war, seeking personal peace and stability would be laughable. There were plenty of saints and saintesses who would call for peace. There were also plenty of ambitious people who would take advantage of this opportunity to make political moves. When entire species, countries, and even species were fighting for survival, it was only natural that an individual's future would become uncertain. You could sing praises of peace and wave flowers at the invaders. This was your freedom. But you wouldn't know whether you would be greeted with a friendly smile or a shining bayonet. History told us that no matter how much the invaders pretended to be before invading, no matter how friendly they were to other species, other people, or enemy citizens, as soon as the invaders truly gained control of the situation, discrimination and all sorts of other forms of stealing would immediately follow. Of course. Otherwise, wouldn't everything have been for nothing? Do you really think that the invaders came all the way here to do charity? War is also a costly investment. You'll have to pay for it. In Aichi, this truth was even more bloody and obvious. This was a war for species to begin with, fighting for survival space and hegemony over the world. This war was even crueler and more direct. Racial equality. When the victor's species obtained enough living space, when the victor's ruler and powerful individuals were able to ascend to godhood or even become undying, and when the loser species and gods were all swept into the trash heap of history, so-called equality naturally became nothing more than unrealistic words. If the victor of this holy war was the humans, the previous victor, then perhaps a certain degree of stability could be maintained. At the very least, the humans would still treat their allies like the elves, beastmen, and dwarves with respect to history. This wouldn't be too good, but it wouldn't be too bad either. The humans were already forced to live on their last breaths in a corner of the world. How could this not be bad? Actually, the first thing the victors of all the previous holy wars would do after winning the holy war would be to carry out ethnic cleansing and massacres against the original ruling species and their enemies. So, in comparison, they were only slightly worse off than the holy wars and couldn't really be said to be that bad. Previously, I had stood on the human side, or rather the Order faction side. Apart from because of my natural racial standpoint, I also didn't want to see a chain reaction of hatred. The ancient humans of the Tark Republic hated the ogres, while the ogres also hated the ogres and the undead. The elves hated all other species. The ogres and humans had a blood grudge against them, while the beastmen, dwarves, and humans were mortal enemies. And the humans, the root of all was because of this. Every victory of other species would mean that the other species had lost. Every war of and would, until of hatred of other species, would accumulate, ago, as, of this, of war of e faction, been of all of the other species of all of other species, comma, the humans of. It's all the humans' fault that our mother froze to death. It's all the humans' fault that she froze to death. I'm so hungry. It's all the humans' fault. Generation after generation, the defeated Radiant Ones would reminisce about the past, while the descendants of the defeated Radiant Ones would pour all of their misfortunes into the pool of accumulated hatred. Just imagining what this hatred would become in the end would be quite frightening. Perhaps this was also the reason why the victors of every holy war would always start a massacre, a battle to the death that wouldn't stop until one side was dead. And even if they won, there would always be a next time. This victory would only accumulate even more hatred and enemies. Would they still be able to win the next time? It would be quite difficult to say. And even if they won, what about the next time, the next time, the next time? Aichi's history was the best example. No species would ever rule over another species. No species would ever be able to obtain victory in every holy war. This was a chain reaction of misfortune and hatred. Killing off all other species would be enough? Don't be foolish. Even if you killed off all other species, there would still be differences in skin color and ethnicity. Even if you killed off people of other skin color and ethnicity, there would still be differences in regional accents. Even if you killed off all differences and created identical androids, as long as there was a difference in benefits, as long as there was something worth fighting over, or even something as simple as drinking a little more water every day, they could use the ending numbers to distinguish between friend and foe, and still fight to the death. This was the inevitable result of human nature, or rather, the natural instinct of all living creatures to improve themselves. What the two goddesses of order and chaos were doing was nothing more than pushing this foundation even further. Humans were like this, and animals were like this as well. Everyone wanted to survive, but there weren't many resources. In that case, all they had to do was find a reason to differentiate between friend and foe and kill off a portion of them. That way, they would naturally be able to obtain more resources. I really hated this type of world. This made me feel like I was nothing more than a primitive wild animal living in a forest. No matter what I do, I'm unable to change this world. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Perhaps it was this logical contradiction and despair that caused me to fall into insanity back in the day. In the end, I found the power of law in the underground world. This was the answer I found for myself. Humans' instincts are unreliable. Since morality can't be restrained, then let the law do it. We can set down all sorts of rules, and if everyone can obey them, perhaps this will be able to eliminate this eternal struggle. Actually, my actions were no different from the very first legalists of China. It was precisely because of the chaotic times of the spring and autumn and warring states periods that the legalists began to search for a way to save the world. Every generation's laws were different. That was because each generation needed different laws. It's precisely because morality and self-restraint are no longer effective that we need self-restraining ropes. Laws weren't all that holy. They were simply ropes and chains that humans created to restrain people's natural instincts of being greedy for benefits and evil for benefits, and avoiding harm with benefits. The most brilliant would add on the temptation of candy to help those who followed the laws obtain some special treatment. This was a possibility an ethereal possibility. However, it was an obstacle that was nearly impossible to overcome. In this world where the gods existed, in order for everyone to be restrained by these chains, there would need to be a fair judge that surpassed the gods. If the gods were able to casually give the green light, then not only would this restriction become meaningless, it would even become a method of tyranny. Fortunately, Ael was moved by this possibility. Wumian's successful ascension to godhood turned this possibility into a possibility. In the end, after experiencing so much and paying so much, the Hades and the world of judgment after death succeeded. There would finally be a day when souls would no longer enter the divine kingdom. Instead, they would enter the Hades. Their judgment would no longer be based on their contributions and sacrifices for the gods. Instead, it would be based on their personal morals and good and evil. In that case, the wheel of hatred would be stuck. There would finally be a day when everyone would fear the judgment after death and truly face the consequences of their words and actions. Perhaps this would also eliminate war. Of course, this was only a possibility, but it was already my limit. Now that the Hades had already taken shape, the Holy War fanatics from the Order faction and Chaos faction would be quite an eyesore. As long as they continued to incite war, the Holy War would be unstoppable, and all sacrifices would be meaningless. In fact, in my eyes, the gods from the divine kingdom from the old generation were even eyesores. That was why we had always been looking for an opportunity to eliminate the existences from the old generation as much as possible, so that this holy war would be the last. But at this time, someone provided me with another option. Open up this dimensional barrier and completely eliminate the need for the holy war. Wouldn't everything be over then? During this period of time, Cavendish's words and actions had been lingering in my mind. Would it be over? Was Cavendish's method correct? Compared to my possibility that I didn't even know how long it would take to realize, perhaps this option would be more effective with fewer sacrifices. Even if there are frightening dimensional invaders outside, at least all species will stop their internal wars in front of a powerful enemy and the pressure of survival. Perhaps, with this opportunity, as long as the two goddesses don't continue to cause trouble, we can form a rather effective communication mechanism. After World War II, it was also because the Allies defeated the Axis countries that the United Nations was born. Perhaps to put it nicely, I was a cautious person. To put it bluntly, I thought too much and didn't sleep well, making it easy for me to go bald. Cough, cough, Roland was quite strong. Roland wasn't bald at all. But after repeatedly analyzing and comparing, I gave up on this idea. The reason? Although it sounded quite funny, it was my memories from my previous world that made me make up my mind. In my previous world, there weren't any gods or holy wars. Didn't everyone still end up fighting each other every few decades? Would the problem really be solved by opening up this world's barrier? I don't think so. Although my method is slow, it's actually effective. At the very least, in my previous world, the concept of law was widespread. The United Nations provided a certain amount of military force, and the situation improved slightly. Opening up the barrier will only change the environment for this hatred chain to enter a larger stage, which will attract even more competing species. What's the point of all this? There'll only ever be one victor, and there'll be even more losers. After repeatedly analyzing, I decided to refuse Cavendish's suggestion. My understanding of him actually strengthened my resolve to fight to the end. Cavendish probably only wanted to have fun from start to finish. This stage is too small, and he's having so much fun on a larger stage. What if he messes up? It's fine as long as he's having fun. How could I hand over the future of this world to such a person? Chapter 774. The Battle of Asalivus, or perhaps I should call it the Asalivus Meat Grinder. In my opinion, this battle would likely be recorded in history books in the future. Since a certain someone had completed his bait mission far too well, is it my fault? The Devil Lords and Undead Emperors even personally chased after him. The Devil Lords and Undead Emperors even personally chased after the Undead Emperors. Not only did the transport fleets successfully complete their resupply mission, the undead emperors were also able to forcefully land on the western battlefront. At 3:45 in the morning, the battleship's lights simultaneously flashed 3 times, signifying the beginning of the large-scale landing. 37 heavy transport fleets began to forcefully land on the western battlefront under the escort of 20 battleships. Behind them were several hundred other ships that were scattered about. Starting from the Flot Mountains to the north of the western battlefront, all the way to the south, the entire coastline became a battlefield. Unlike what I expected, the Allied army didn't choose the core area of the Forest of Dreams in Victoria Harbour as their landing point. Instead, they chose the Silver Shark Strait, which was even further north. That place was filled with dangerous reefs and whirlpools, making it impossible to land on the western battlefront at all. There were also schools of carnivorous magic sharks and flying fish in the dangerous currents. From the very start, it was impossible to land on the western battlefront. Since there were few people there were no ports built there. The dense number of reefs and soft underwater mud made it impossible to construct a normal port here. The worst part was that there were many shallow shoals here that people could stand on with their upper bodies above water and lower bodies underwater. This would be incredibly fatal to ships. The reefs would only harm the bottom of the ship, but if the ship reached the shoals, it was highly likely that the ship would run aground. That was why this place was doubtlessly a blind spot for any landing battle. Even though this was the outer defensive line of the Forest of Dreams, the devils still piled up gigantic catapults and single-eyed demon war chariots in order to show the humans how terrifying the Chaos Abyss was. However, there wasn't a single soldier in this area. Even worse, this direction was uninhabited to begin with. If the Allied army advanced in this direction, Asalivis would be right in front of them. In the end, the Allied army abandoned the safest landing spot in favor of choosing the most dangerous location. They ignored the enemy's defensive line and directly attacked the enemy's core. Did this seem like a normal choice? When the battleships approached, the undead and demons began to move even though they didn't know how they were going to cross the shoals. The flying demons in the sky didn't hesitate to rush toward the Silver Shark Channel, attempting to intercept the enemy. However, what welcomed them was even more intense artillery fire than the day before. Fiery meteors streaked across the night sky. Every explosion created a flash of lightning and an explosion at the same time, instantly creating a blank space on the battlefield. Rechargeable explosive bullets were a new type of ammunition that had just been installed. Each bullet was a collection of multiple Olivia's magic boxes. They would automatically release magic when activated based on the type of magical energy stored within. The only downside of this was that it would be incredibly expensive to construct, and it would require a mage to charge it before using it. However, none of these problems would be a problem in front of the incredibly wealthy Bardi and Mage Countries Alliance. This batch of special ammunition had just been produced from the Mist Alliance and Ottoman Empire's production lines. The leaders of the Mist Alliance and Bardi Empire immediately escorted them to the front lines. It was all thanks to a certain someone acting as bait that this batch of ammunition had arrived in such a timely manner. What was an ace? When your enemy felt that they had completely seen through you, a new toy that could completely make them miscalculate was an ace. All the rechargeable explosive bullets were lightning and fireballs, two of the most common offensive magic spells. It wasn't that nobody had considered using ice, earth, or water magic spells that would be more effective against the devils, but actual combat experience told them that none of those things would be effective against the devils. AoE attacks would always be direct fire magic spells. When the temperature reached a certain degree, it would even be possible to directly boil the air. And when it came to high-speed, single-target attacks, there was nothing more effective than an explosive thunderstorm. Even flying units would be hit in groups. The final result was that all these bullets were infused with explosive fireballs and chain lightning. It was simple, violent, and effective. Right now, every single attack of this new bullet was just like a high-level mage's high-leveled attack. The only price to pay was probably the mage apprentices who were at the very end of the airships that were paralyzed on the ground. Their seniors and teachers needed to conserve mana for the upcoming battle, so they could only have the unusable apprentices charge up their magic bullets. Since they didn't have enough mana to begin with, they could only use quantity to make up for quality. They would meditate to recover mana while charging the bullets. In the end, they would all be drained of mana. The captains and cannoneers of the airships wouldn't understand the apprentices' hard work. They were currently going crazy over their new toys. This time the airships were fully replenished, and their target was right in front of them. They had no reason to treasure their ammunition. All their cannons and magic crystal cannons were activated, and colorful fireworks never stopped. All they saw were exploding fireballs and lightning. It was as if hundreds or thousands of high-level mages were simultaneously attacking without regard for mana or their lives. Are these really the magical barbarians from the mortal plane who lack magic? Even the ancient Halectum generation's magic conducting rune armies aren't as ridiculous as them. Even the old devils who had experienced the ancient holy war couldn't help but sigh in fear as they secretly retreated to the back. The overly concentrated fire element in the sky burned into a flaming cloud. What was even more ridiculous was that some kind of magical reaction occurred. The thunderstorm and the dark clouds produced an effect, and the sudden appearance of the thunderstorm turned the area into a death zone for the demons. The overly concentrated attacks made the high-leveled fireballs that the Chaos Abyss residents were so proud of become completely meaningless. The prideful archdevils were shot down like raindrops in the face of the fierce cannon fire. Even the powerful devil lords were stunned by the high-temperature fireballs and lightning. The undying archdevils had never fought against high-level mages before, but they had never seen hundreds, if not thousands, of high-level mages toss fireballs and lightning at the same time. The overly concentrated elemental power even formed an elemental domain. The most pitiful were the various mid- and low-level winged devils. They fell down in droves. The lucky ones died before they even landed, while the unlucky ones hopelessly waited for their own deaths to descend as they were paralyzed by the lightning. Even for the powerful devil species, flying troops were still rare and precious. But at this time, it was impossible for them to retreat. The powerful devil lords and nobles were personally leading the army and military police. It would be impossible for any deserter to leave the battlefield alive. It's impossible to land there. We still have hope. Defend, and wait for the devil lord's reinforcements. The devil general shouted in the middle of the storm. However, the scene before him caused him to swallow his words. The fleet had no intentions of forcefully charging through the turbulent Silver Shark Strait. Under the pitch-black clouds, the airships on the sea raised their sails and slowly left the sea. They shakily rose from the sea and slowly but resolutely advanced towards the coastline. Boom. It was evident that the clumsy, old-fashioned airships were completely different from the newer airships in terms of design and materials. The airships' temporarily installed floating engines were soon overloaded and burned up. Airships kept falling back into the sea, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they fell into the sea. But there wasn't much distance left. If the airships didn't immediately fall apart, they would unhesitatingly start anchoring themselves and turning on all their cannons to become fixed cannon turrets. On the airships, some alchemists began tossing special alchemy potions into the water. The water that came into contact with the potion would speedily freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a small airship at the very back, for archmages wearing blue and white robes were currently chanting incantations. Their goal was to summon ice and snow. If Roland was here, he would probably discover to his astonishment that these incantations and spell models were incredibly similar to the information he had on Ice Aeon that he had given to the mage country. With that small airship as the starting point, the seawater actually began to slowly freeze. Now, no matter if it was the transport airships or the airships, they were all tossing down quick-freezing Ice Aeon potions. When the ice that grew from the back came into contact with the ice aeon potions. It seemed as if it had eaten a great tonic, and it grew even faster. The transport airships began jumping down to test the thickness of the ice. At this point, it was likely that everyone could tell that the humans weren't intending on directly using airships to land. They were choosing to freeze this part of the sea and then have the people on the transport airships land on the ice. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk at this moment, the airships that had been flying with the wind all landed. They all sat on the beach, faintly forming a new defensive line and fortress. The cannons never stopped firing. When the Aurora Knight silently took off from the airships that were no longer able to enter the water, even the devils felt fear. The most important part of an old-fashioned airship was its keel. With such a fall, even if the deck of the ship was fine, the entire ship would be completely destroyed. This was only the beginning, but the human allied army had already sacrificed all their airships for the sake of landing. Although their enemies were far more powerful and difficult to deal with than they had expected, the most frightening part was their determination to completely eliminate the enemy at all costs. Chapter 7, 75. While the signal to counterattack rang out on the western battlefront, the situation on the eastern battlefront also underwent a tremendous change. Attacking from both sides was quite a common strategy. However, in order to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 was greater than 2, rather than sending the humans to their deaths one by one, the most important factor would still be timing. While the western battlefront was still calm and peaceful, and it was still 3:30 a.m., the most tiring time of the night, the eastern battlefront was already boiling over. Night attack! Shrill alarms echoed in the night sky. Nobody expected that the human allied army would choose to attack at midnight. Out of all the species, humans were probably the least suited to fighting at night. They didn't have the snake people's ability to sense heat, nor did they have the elves' night vision. Without light and sunlight, they would become completely blind. Meanwhile, the devils all had night vision. Their perception of souls made their vision far surpass the limits of ordinary humans, not to mention the undead army. Light was meaningless to them to begin with. When one side's field of vision was no different from that of daytime, and the other side's field of vision was only a few meters, all tricks and strategic deceptions would be nothing more than a joke. For the frontline warriors, being able to clearly see the enemy's swords and arrows was the difference between life and death. It was common knowledge in this world that humans weren't skilled at fighting at night. But today, the humans chose to fight at night, not to mention in front of the devils and undead who viewed the night as bright as day. However, the moment the battle began, the devils and undead understood why humans chose to fight at night. What gave the humans the confidence to challenge the ruler of the night at night? Numerous balls of light rose into the sky. Pure holy light began to transform night into day. Pure holy light began to purify and dispel the distortions in the surroundings. The undead and devils felt quite warm and comfortable, but they didn't know that a fatal threat was right before them. For the undead lords who participated in the previous battle, the nightmare from yesterday's battle replayed itself. However, the information clearly stated that Roland was on the eastern battlefront. Under the balls of light, numerous white-robed Southern sect priests were working together to cast spells. Protecting them were the elite Holy Knight and Temple warriors of the Southern sect. The strongest Holy Knight wore heavy silver armor and held a hammer inlaid with holy silver in one hand and a tower shield with the emblem of a cross and a holy sword in the other. They also carried a heavy, rusty cross on their backs. They were the Southern Cross Knight, the most elite Holy Knight unit of the Southern sect. At this moment, every single Southern Cross Knight unfastened the cross on their backs. The blood-stained crosses were stained with the blood of martyrs. After the crosses were blessed by the saints' blood, a circular protective barrier was unfurled. The range of the protection was not large, but it was enough to cover the holy light priests. Under the blessing of the ball of holy light in midair, this defensive area became even more holy and sturdy. Evil spells and arrows were directly nullified before they could even get close. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Bone Dragon Legion had already begun fighting against the Dragon Knight Legion. Some holy light priests were sweating profusely as they retreated from casting spells with weak expressions. Immediately afterwards, other priests would take their place. The ball of holy light kept flickering and dimming, but it was never extinguished. Even though there were at least 3 legend-ranked holy light priests in each group, it was still quite difficult to maintain the ball of holy light. That was because they were casting a newly created saint-ranked holy light divine art/spell, Roland's Light of Dawn. The principle behind this holy light divine art was that Roland's Dawn holy sword could only be used by himself, which was far too restrictive. But after repeatedly modifying the spell's formula, this low-level version of Dawn was created. But since ordinary holy light divine arts lacked the support of myth-ranked weapons, ordinary holy light priest's holy light affinity wouldn't be able to compare to Roland's. This saint-ranked high-level holy light divine art/spell was actually as difficult to cast as a semi-god, and it required a tremendous amount of energy. But even so, the Southern sect unhesitatingly made this holy light divine art widely available after experiments proved its astonishing effects on the undead and the chaos abyss. Even with all the information Roland provided, it was still incredibly difficult to master a spell of this level in just a few short weeks. In order to gather 15 sons, it could be said that the Southern sect sent out all of its higher-ups. Even the Southern sect Pope himself was stationed on the Eastern battlefront. That's right, not only did the Southern sect participate in this battle, they even brought out more than 70% of their main forces and high-level holy light job classes. In the sky, scorching dragon breath, icy blue and white dragon breath, and green smoke with a rancid smell continuously cut through the night sky. The armored dragons were at the forefront, while the colorful evil dragons on their flanks were now fighting for the survival of the humans. After so many battles, the undead army's numbers had obviously decreased. Low-level undead could be easily replenished, but there would be one less bone dragon after every death. Shepness was unable to return to the undead plains, so there was no way for him to replenish his bone dragons. Dawn continued to shine. The weakened bone dragons were powerless against the powerful Dragon Knight, and they were all killed before they could even react. And this time, an ancient bone dragon lord personally warned the bone dragons about their weaknesses, so the Dragon Knight's attacks were even simpler and more effective. Bone dragons have 2 weakest spots. The first is the spine on their backs, where several hundred bones are connected. They're exquisite, yet weak, and a single light strike will cause them to fall apart. The second weak spot is the extension of their wing bones, gargoyles' weakness. Gargoyles are mostly created from corrupted gargoyles. They're basically rocks and have no obvious weaknesses. But since they're rocks and are half-earth elemental and half-undead creatures, they're actually quite afraid of wind element attacks and petrification abilities. Wind element attacks counter each other, while petrification can cause the gargoyles to lose their undead form and truly become a stone statue, which is basically an instant kill. The undead military advisors from the Northlands unhesitatingly revealed the weaknesses and flaws of various undead troops. In order to deal with the most threatening undead aerial army, the command center even contacted Dragon City, the Bardi royalty's backer. Rainbow Dragon City, which mainly consisted of color dragons, finally managed to transfer over 5 bronze and copper dragons with petrification and weathering abilities. The current battle proved that their preparations had been successful. The copper dragons specifically chased after the gargoyles and attacked them, causing a large number of gargoyles to collapse. The bone dragons, which were already few in number to begin with, were in an even more pitiful state. The New Devil army didn't even care about these rare and high-level undead troops, which the undead viewed as their lifeblood. The bone dragons were given the order to kill all mages at all costs by the high-level undead, so they could only advance and couldn't retreat. The bone dragons were also surrounded and attacked by dragons that were several times their size. 1, 2, but they were reduced to dust before they even landed on the ground. The bone dragons and gargoyles that were protecting them swiftly retreated, not even completing their mission as cannon fodder. This also meant that the devil army that was following closely behind the bone dragons weren't able to take advantage of the situation. Instead, they were directly attacked by the incoming dragons. When the attacking aerial knights were stopped, Barty's royal dragon knights and Allin's white wolves simultaneously appeared under the illumination of the light of dawn. A torrent of steel directly attacked the devil army. These brave white wolf guards desired to use their blood to wash away the humiliation they had suffered in the past few days. Although the Eastern Front was only there to keep the devils busy, the moment the devils revealed an opening, this temporary restraint would instantly transform into a full-scale attack. I should have been observing the scenery from the edge of the battlefield, but I was astonished by a sudden piece of news. Leona's gone missing? Cavendish won't even spare his own woman and child? Chapter 776. Leona was a chaos girl who had already been exposed. She was also one of the rare, weakest chaos girls. Actually, she wasn't weak at all. However, she was still far too weak compared to the chaos girls who were several hundred years old, as well as the chaos girls who had survived the last holy war. It was likely that even her ancestral god wouldn't be able to protect her against Cavendish. After all, the god of lightning and sword was only a weak new god. He was far weaker than a main god. That was why I had fooled her into coming to Barty. This was also another method of protecting her. As she was an important chess piece related to the fate of the world, the other factions and higher-ups wouldn't be as merciful as me. Since Leona was in their hands, even though they didn't forcefully imprison her out of respect for me, they still protected and restricted her far more than any other country's leader. At the very least, it would be impossible for an ordinary king to have 4 or 5 level 4 gods as his bodyguards. Meanwhile, there were at least a dozen or so volunteers hidden in the shadows. From a certain standpoint, this was my tacit agreement and even expectation, although I had probably screwed Leona over. After all, I had promised to take her to see Cavendish, and then encountered Cavendish on that floating airship. However, I hadn't told her the truth. After all, everyone knew that Leona said that she was going to take revenge on Cavendish. However, when considering the difference in power levels between us, it was likely that she would be sending herself into a tiger's den. Of course, Leona would view this as a shameless betrayal. However, did anyone really think that I cared about her opinion? I looked outside my room. However, I didn't have much free time to care about other people's business. The flames of war would only continue burning more and more fiercely before the last bit of grass was used up. Both sides of the war would become fuel for the raging flames. Even though it was already dawn, the battle on the western battlefront showed no signs of ending. In fact, it was the opposite. As the mages successfully landed, more and more war puppets were activated, and more mages joined the battle. The entire battle had reached a climax. At this point in time, talking about love and peace would be a joke. We, the Allied army, have invested so much in order to completely drive out the devils and undead, cut off the dimensional door, and completely reclaim this land. And once this region was reclaimed, the Forest of Dreams, the Mage Country, and the Barty Empire would no longer have any obstacles between them. The 3 of them would have the momentum of a great victory, and perhaps they would immediately become the strongest faction in the mortal plane. This war to reclaim their homeland was the first large-scale joint operation between the Hades and their allies on the ground. It was the most important thing at the moment, and they could not afford to fail. As for me, even if no one managed to break free from my suppression, I wouldn't be able to leave just because the higher-ups on my head had asked me to do so. Although the battles on the eastern and western battlefronts were quite fierce, the biggest trouble had yet to appear. The Devil Lords, Major Devil Nobles, Undead Emperors, and Ancient Undead Lords were all powerful existences capable of changing the entire battle situation with their individual abilities. Who knew how many of those powerful individuals would die in battle? Obviously, it wouldn't be worth it. In the end, it would most likely be a fight between kings and generals. In previous battles, humans had always been at a disadvantage in terms of high-level combat strength. But this time, that might not be the case. Many of my acquaintances were hiding together with me on the Western battlefront. Most of them were mages with the divine truths of truth. As for those on the Eastern battlefront, Dragon City's supreme immemorial dragons and Dragon City's supreme immemorial dragons would take care of them. Dragons and mages were probably the strongest defensive forces in the mortal plane. Even if they fought against devils and high-level undead, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Right now, it was up to who would be the first to give up and attack. Once someone was forced to attack, that would be the equivalent of revealing their own location and abilities, which would naturally put them in danger. And as the battle progressed, there would always be someone who couldn't hold back and jumped out. That person would become a target for the enemy. Barty's royal knight was still anxiously waiting in front of me, waiting for my news. His tanned face still had an awkward expression. I was the one who had handed Leona over to Barty. No matter what happened, now that Barty had lost Leona, they naturally had to give me an explanation. From a certain standpoint, I was currently working for Barty, which made it even more difficult for them to explain. However, I shook my head to indicate that I didn't care, nor did I intend to continue investigating. I had also seen how much protection and defensive power the Barty Empire could provide Leona. Not only was I not confident that I would be able to take Leona away from so many layers of defenses, it was also impossible for me to provide such a level of defensive power. Since the Barty Empire had done far better than me and still failed, there was no need for me to regret anything. Are there no mages who can use time reversal to investigate the situation? There are. That's how they do it, which makes the answer even more unbelievable. As he said this, he handed me a letter. The contents of the letter were quite confusing. You're saying that Leona walked out on her own? She even killed 2 semi-gods who tried to stop her? My expression was quite exaggerated, as if I was listening to a fairy tale. How could I possibly believe something so ridiculous? But then, I got it. Just tell them that. My reply actually became quite calm. In my understanding, such ridiculous nonsense was actually quite believable. Many thoughts and facts rearranged themselves in my mind as I picked out all the possibilities to verify. Logical reasoning was nothing more than verifying the truth and eliminating false information. Sometimes the more ridiculous the truth, the more likely it was that I would reveal the truth that I needed. I faintly thought of a possibility. After thinking about it, I felt that it was more and more likely. But now I was regretting it. I really should have just killed Leona back then. I never expected that Leona would be such an important chess piece. But in this world, the most useless thing of all was regret medicine. At the very least, this 30-meter-tall black demon before me would feel the same way. This demon was probably unable to stand being pressured by the worms that he usually looked down on. So he suddenly jumped out and activated his peerless mode on the battlefield as he wantonly harvested the lives of ordinary soldiers. And then there was and then 7 high-level magic spells simultaneously hit him. I was only able to identify the horoscope-type misfortune magic and meteor magic. The former was something that I had learned in secret when I was trying to change my fate, while the latter was simply too easy to identify due to its aura, especially after that unlucky demon was smashed into minced meat. As expected, idiots who casually use peerless techniques on the battlefield usually don't live long. I had just been quite pleased with myself and was prepared to continue waiting here. But a sudden situation forced me to rush onto the battlefield and act like an idiot. Chapter 777. In a battle, the first to attack would usually have many advantages. The most important of these was probably choosing the initiative, which would allow the devil to start the battle in the area of his or her choice. If the devil still wasn't able to obtain an advantage, It would mean that the difference in power level between the devils and the devils had reached a point where tactics and strategies wouldn't be able to make up for it. No matter what the devil did, it would be difficult for the devils to win. Just as the human alliance had predicted, fighting on two fronts gave the devils tremendous pressure. Countless balls of light rose up from the Eastern Front as the Dragon Knight and elite squadrons simultaneously broke through the devils' defenses. Even though it was obvious that this was a final battle, it was actually a suppressive attack. The powerful devils defending the Western Front received news of this and immediately headed to the Eastern Front under the Devil Lord's orders. Several hours later, the battle on the Western Front also started burning even more fiercely than before. The icy ocean became an ice bridge for the devils to land on. The devils successfully landed on the defensive lines' blind spots, making the original defensive lines and fortresses useless. The overly close distance between Asalivus and the western coast became the devils' fatal weakness. As long as the devils advanced at full force, the western front lines would soon reach the outskirts of Asalivus. The devils' final hope was the dimensional door in the inner city of Asalivus. It could be said that this attack was quite vicious. The devil army would be forced to defend the devil's vitals, or else it would be over for them. And so, the powerful devils and devil squadrons that had just left for the eastern front lines immediately received new orders to return to the western front lines. In fact, they even sent reinforcements from the eastern front lines. From a commanding standpoint, this was the correct order. But when considering the actual situation on the battlefield, this was obviously rather foolish. They're going east and then west. Old Third Sarwinston has gone senile. Did you receive the order to go east or west? I only received one order to go east, but I'm already on the eastern front lines. The Third Devil Army disappeared? How would I know where they went? Perhaps they went around to ambush the enemy. You want them to return to the eastern front lines? Go find them yourself. In this era, most of the time, orders were still transmitted manually. At most, they would use some magic items. These magic items that could transmit long-distance messages were very rare. In previous wars, only generals and marshals could enjoy such treatment. Even devils with rich backgrounds could only give them to high-ranked devils and greater devils. Humans were still using magical engineering technology. The other species were also imitating and updating their own methods of battlefield communication. However, even the youngest of the lower planes combat squads would likely have several hundred years of history. On one hand, having such a long history represented glory and combat achievements. On the other hand, an overly closed organization would also mean that the humans were overly confident in themselves and skeptical of new things. The Devil Legion was still the same organization that it had been thousands of years ago. Messengers were sent everywhere, but the overly chaotic situation on the battlefield made it difficult for the messengers to complete their tasks. There was even a hilarious situation where the order to return to the western defense line was given before set off to the east. Some of the devil overlords didn't know how to respond to the two completely opposite orders. In the end, they simply killed a messenger and treated it as fake news to confuse their minds. Devils weren't any good people. To them, weak mortals weren't even worth mentioning. It was their own kind that they needed to be on guard against. In the devil society with a pyramid structure, the happiest thing was never victory or glory. Instead, it was the sudden death of one's superior which made room for one's position. Thus, in the midst of chaos, many high-ranking commanders mysteriously became hot-headed and completed a suicidal charge, dying on the battlefield in an instant. In the past, this would have been considered a normal loss of life. In fact, it was even believed to be beneficial for the Devil Society, which would naturally cause the weak to be eliminated. But now, this only made the chaos even worse. The worst part was the next part of the Devil Legion's order. The Devil Legion began to draw on the eastern defense line in an attempt to strengthen Asalivus defenses. This order seemed quite normal, but if you were in such an environment where you were facing a frightening dragon and damned holy light, even though the battle would be difficult, and your brothers were still holding their ground, not far away, barely managing to hold on. Then your brothers suddenly ran away, giving up their position to the enemy, and you would be surrounded from both sides. They've all run away. We've been abandoned. Anyone who doesn't run away will be an idiot. Chaos was quite easy to spread. The more urgent orders were given, the more chaos the Devil Legion would create if there wasn't an orderly command system. In the past, this wouldn't have been a problem. That was because every Devil Legion was relatively independent. Every Devil Legion would have their own subordinate legions and superiors. Level by level, these subordinate legions would all pledge their loyalty to a certain Devil Lord. In the past, the Devil Lords would personally take action and suppress their own ace troops. They would then contact their subordinate legions to control the situation. But now, there were only 2 Devil Lords left. Most of the ace troops were empty. The most chaotic ones would be the ace troops that had lost their leaders. Sarwinston might have been an excellent ruler, but he definitely wasn't an excellent battlefield commander. Since the Devil Lords were no longer around, Sarwinston unhesitatingly took over the Devil Lords' armies. He took away the highest-ranked Devil Lords, who were most likely to become the next Devil Lord, and sent his most trusted subordinates to Sarwinston. Not to mention, most of the immemorial devils who had experienced countless battles had chosen to leave when the Hades had been established. The Devil armies had lost their core and veteran generals, greatly reducing their overall combat strength. With Sarwinston's actions, the Devil Legion's ace troops' overall combat strength would likely be less than a third of their original strength. Although this series of actions helped to solidify his authority, at this time the truly authoritative and prestigious veteran generals were no longer around. Only a few small characters who only knew how to suck up to him were making decisions, not to mention the Devil's traditions. While many of the Devil generals who were powerless but held high positions disappeared, not only was the chaos not limited, it was even expanded due to the demands of those who wanted it. The withdrawal of the Eastern Battlefront's main forces caused the second-line Devil armies on the Eastern Battlefront to panic as if they had been abandoned. Many Devil armies started retreating even without receiving explicit orders. Even before the Western Battlefront showed results, the Eastern Battlefront actually showed signs of collapsing. Even the Royal Dragon Knights and White Wolf Guards, who acted as the vanguard, couldn't believe that the legendary Devil armies would actually be so easy to deal with. They were already showing signs of collapsing before the battle even started. Of course, the Devils wouldn't possibly allow this to happen. Sarwinston personally went to the Eastern Battlefront to stabilize the situation and stabilize everyone's morale. The last remaining Devil Lord was given the same mission, but his target was the Western Battlefront. I was currently hesitating as I looked at the gigantic golden phoenix that reached the clouds. This golden crispy chicken looks so delicious. Cuff, cuff! I mean, little TIAs won't make trouble for me after I kill all the Devil Lords, right? Chapter 778. Devils were probably the species that had declined the most in this holy war. Devils were the most ancient species in the chaos abyss. In most people's minds, devils were actually an evil species equal to demons. Devils were the most difficult enemies to deal with in the entire universe. 9 Devil Lords, 3 Devil Main Gods, and militarized society. They were the most evil species that possessed both slyness and power. Many people believed that devils were far more evil and difficult to deal with than the chaotic and direct demons. Nobody expected that devils would decline so quickly and in such a pitiful manner. But if one traced back to the source, some things would definitely have happened 10 years ago. The current devils are no longer the ancient species from 10 years ago. Rather than saying that the former Devil Lords who joined the Hades were traitors, it's more accurate to say that they took most of their resources with them. They're now the main group of devils. Devils were an ancient species. They were the result of the first generation of humans collectively betraying the Order faction. Arguing about what had happened was meaningless. However, Their civilization that had survived a war of gods had gradually become the scariest type of evil through history and the influence of the chaos abyss. Devils didn't like to appear under the sun due to schemes, deceptions, and agreements. But if you became their enemy or were targeted by them, you wouldn't even know how you died. Devils had a typical pyramidal society. The higher the rank, the more sly and powerful they would be. That was because the stupid and weak devils would all become stepping stones for those who were stronger than them to climb up the ladder. However, the devil hierarchy had always remained abnormally stable. Not only did the devil lords change much more slowly than the other species, there was also a rare peace after the transfer of power. For those in power, the day they lost their status and authority would be the day they died. However, the competition between the middle and lower ranks of the devils was incredibly cruel. However, the higher-ups were abnormally peaceful. It was this incomprehensible unity that allowed the devils to successfully accumulate enough powerful individuals over time, giving them the ability to fight against the demons. Outsiders might not understand, but I knew quite well. Back then, the devils still maintained a relatively complete organizational structure. The upper echelons of the devils seemed peaceful, but in reality, they had always been divided into two groups. One group was the new elite of the devil race, led by the tyrant of tyranny. They were ambitious and had their own plans and goals for the entire world. The other group would be the ancient humans. In the eyes of the younger generation, these slow-moving old fellows had their claws, teeth, and willpower eroded by time. They had lost the ambition and desire that a devil should have in every holy war, so they could only hide in their nests and tremble in fear. However, it was likely that not many people could see this clearly. The powerful devils that hid in their nests survived numerous holy wars, while the ambitious rising stars all turned into shooting stars. However, 10 years ago, these ancient artifacts who seemed to have lost their courage and ambition stood up for the Chaos faction. However, they didn't choose the Chaos faction that they had always been loyal to. Instead, they unhesitatingly raised their swords against the Chaos faction. The hatred that they had accumulated over the years transformed into endless blood and furious roars on the battlefield. In the end, they obtained the freedom they wanted. They broke free from the restrictions of the abyss and the endless cycle of the holy war. But in this historical incident, the ones who suffered the most were the devils of the new era. Only now did the devils realize that from the very start, they had never been treated as comrades by the immemorial devils. Silence and distance were the best methods of deception and concealment. The devils believed that they had control over the world, but in reality, they didn't even have the authority to read the information. It wasn't that these ancient devils had lost their ambition to obtain everything. It was that they had realized that the holy war was meaningless, so they were slacking off. The demons had lost 2/3 of their high-level combat power in this catastrophe. However, the actual losses couldn't be calculated with just numbers. For example, if a well-run organization lost a few core members and veterans, the loss wouldn't just be the work of those few people. Without the chief accountant, the entire financial department would be frozen. Without the technical backbone, the things that he left behind wouldn't be understood by others. Without the leader, the entire ruling organization would be in chaos. With just a few people gone, the entire organization would lose its functions and become completely paralyzed. It could be said that the successful escape of the Devil Lords caused the entire Devil Society to sink into extreme chaos and panic. The demons who took advantage of this opportunity to attack the devils caused even more tragic losses. The final result was that the devils were instantly crippled. No matter how much wealth they had, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a loss. According to statistics, the entire devil species had lost more than 95% of its members. That meant that the current devil population was less than 20% of what it had been 10 years ago. With such losses, the devils instantly went from a top-level power level to a third-rate power level. This was also the reason why the devils, who had always planned things out before taking action, were so eager to take action in the mortal plane. It was impossible for them to survive in the chaos abyss, where the strong preyed on the weak. But for me, although I felt some sympathy for the devils, that definitely wasn't a reason to show mercy. After all, the world would be a more beautiful place if there were fewer original devils. In that case, let's get rid of this fragile golden idiot first. It was said that the Lord of Thunder's original sins were arrogance and arrogance. However, anyone who had interacted with him before would feel that he was incredibly gentle, scholarly, and gentlemanly. Yep, that's right, it was him. He had the appearance of a large bird with golden, lightning feathers. He was constantly surrounded by thunderstorms, and he could summon lightning just by breathing. Golden rings of lightning circled around him like satellites. It was impossible for lightning and thunder to stop within his domain. He looked quite impressive, and he was one of the few devil lords who liked to fight. His history was just as legendary as his physical appearance. It was said that he was originally a creature from the heavens, but he was unwilling to obey the order God's rules. Then he fell into the chaos abyss and became a demon. That's right, his title of Lord of Thunder came from his former identity as a demon archduke. Later, he betrayed the demons and became one of the devil higher-ups. Back then, some people even bet on when he would betray his new master again. But even after thousands of years passed, the Lord of Thunder was still the Lord of Tyranny's most trusted right-hand man. Broken shoe slash! A blinding holy light descended from the sky, transforming night into day. It exploded right in front of the only remaining devil lord, the Lord of Thunder, as white flames of holy light began burning the entire world. I walked out from within the holy flames. In front of me was the furious gold bird. This time, I had no intentions of ambushing him. This time, I intended to face him head-on. Chapter 779. Phoenixes were probably the rarest super magical beast in the entire world. Their legends were spread throughout the entire world. However, there were very few actual witnesses. Phoenixes were often doubted as to whether or not they really existed, but they also became the symbol of luck. In many myths and legends, phoenixes represented the ultimate natural phenomenon. In a way, phoenixes had a status even higher than dragons. The most common legend was that phoenixes were the symbol of undying. They were the most perfect undying, with incredibly powerful regenerative abilities and elemental affinity. Phoenixes were able to revive from fire and thunder. This was a characteristic of their species that had been witnessed many times. And in terms of research and understanding of phoenixes, it was likely that no one could compare to Marguerite. Back in the day, in order to obtain the strongest undying bloodline for Adam, we hunted down a fire phoenix. That was probably the most difficult battle I had ever fought in my life. Even though I had long since prepared for it and set a trap, I still paid a terrible price. It was precisely because of this that we were the existences that understood the phoenixes the best. After all, only enemies would dig up all information about you and completely understand your weaknesses and strengths. Phoenixes are actually the fluctuations of the elemental tide. Rather than calling them a creature, it's more accurate to call them a natural phenomenon caused by the elemental tide. Yes, phoenixes are a natural phenomenon. Perhaps this explanation was quite similar to elemental creatures, but it was foundationally different. The gathering of fire would create fire elemental creatures. Fire elemental creatures' bodies would be formed from the gathering of countless fire elements. The rise and fall of the elemental tide would affect the entire world. This powerful fluctuation created elemental phoenixes. Phoenixes were the shadow of the elemental tide. They were the result of the elemental tide's fluctuations. They didn't have a physical body. Although they were similar to elemental creatures, they surpassed elemental creatures. Phoenixes were closer to a concept than elemental creatures. They were capable of choosing elemental creatures' powerful traits. They were so difficult to deal with in actual combat that it was disgusting. Phoenixes were incredibly rare in number because they would only be born during the elemental tide's intense fluctuations. More than 70% of all phoenixes would be born during the Holy War, while 30% would be born during special times. Waves could interfere and fuse with each other. If two elemental phoenixes of the same species were together, they would fuse and evolve. Or perhaps it should be said that they would exchange information about each other, becoming even more unified. It could be said that there were only 4 phoenixes that represented the 4 elements in this world. But it could also be said that there were hundreds of phoenixes in this world. Each phoenix was a part of a phenomenon. It existed when you observed it, and it could merge at any time, or it could disappear at any time. The fire phoenix that we killed was just a small part of it, just an individual. Most likely, not even main gods would be able to completely kill a true primordial elemental phoenix. In the great snow mountain demon realm, there was one of the most ancient elemental phoenixes. They were the rulers of ice and snow. They were born from the water element and could be said to be the most ancient ice elemental creature. It's not that I don't know how powerful it is, but it's definitely not weaker than any elemental plane master. The Lord of Lightning before him was also a phoenix, but it wasn't the original 4 elemental phoenix. Instead, it represented the natural phenomenon of wind giving birth to light, and it was also the most ancient light elemental life form. All right, considering light's history, compared to the old matriarch of the great snow mountain demonic realm, he was still a young lad. The Lord of Lightning's very existence was the natural phenomenon of the birth of light. However, some people viewed it as the result of fear and taboo. Very few people would think deeply about what elements the supreme light and holy light were made of, since the entire world was constructed from the 4 elements. Perhaps some people had truly thought about it before, but the result was either the god of holy light being burned at a stake or being secretly executed. After all, the unknown was the best background for the venerated. If something could be studied under a magnifying glass, then it wouldn't be worthy of respect or belief. However, there was actually nothing mysterious about the origin of light. Just like how the wind element gave birth to lightning, the light element was also a derivative of the wind element. Holy light was also a variant of light. It was only natural that holy light would have other elements mixed in as well. After all matter was created from the 4 elements. This was the same for all composite elements. The birth of the Lord of Lightning was proof of this fact. The Lord of Lightning was born in the upper planes. He was born with the perfect control of light and wind. However, just his existence alone was something that the entire Holy Light faction felt uncomfortable about. Light is a low-level element of the wind element. Then, in the eyes of fools, isn't light even lower than wind? Actually, there wasn't a direct relationship between the higher level and lower level elements. The so-called upper and lower were simply an extension of the order in which they were born. In fact, in most situations, the lower level elements would be more dominant. For example, ice mages would often be able to easily defeat water mages. But sometimes, just their name alone would attract hatred and dissatisfaction. And in the upper planes, the Holy Light faction, which was the mainstay of the Holy Light faction, what happened next was quite natural. Even though the Lord of Lightning was a top-level light elemental creature, a newborn phoenix was still incredibly weak. In order to protect itself from being sealed away, the Lord of Lightning quite naturally chose to embrace chaos. Perhaps this would make people confused, but darkness and chaos weren't necessarily related at all. Just like how Holy Light had chosen the Order faction simply because it had chosen the Order faction. Meanwhile, the Lord of Lightning was a natural phenomenon of light that didn't have much to do with Holy Light itself. Instead, it was closer to natural phenomena, such as lightning and light. It was completely possible for light to choose chaos over chaos. And so, the Lord of Lightning naturally became the most wanted criminal in the entire Holy Light world. Only the lower planes would be able to protect him. But as a light-type creature, the Lord of Lightning underestimated how chaotic the demon world was. This greatly contradicted his nature. In the end, the Lord of Lightning betrayed him and joined the devils, who were closer to order. Doubtlessly, even though the Lord of Lightning wasn't even 2,000 years old yet, he was still the strongest devil of the new generation. It was only natural that he would become the Devil Lord. And since he was simultaneously despised by the demons and the upper planes, he naturally became a staunch supporter of the devils. That was because he had nowhere else to go. It would be a bit of a stretch to say that the Lord of Lightning was arrogant. His element of light had a natural suppressive effect against other devils and demons. They weren't the same type of person. Calling him arrogant would be a bit of a stretch, but calling him arrogant would be a bit too much for a mortal to do. After all, although the Lord of Lightning had fallen to become a demon and a devil, he actually hadn't done any shocking evil deeds. As a phoenix, he didn't need anything from the outside world. He didn't need to do anything to become stronger. But after so many years, the Lord of Lightning was now tied to the Devil's faction. When the devils were panicking, the Lord of Lightning unhesitatingly stood up for them. In the eyes of the chaotic devils, the lightning that used to be so blinding and blinding now seemed so familiar. At the very least, the Lord of Lightning was still on the battlefield and ruling over this area. With the Lord of Lightning as the core, a new defensive line was gradually established. Not only were the human allied armies unable to easily deal with the Lord of Lightning's multiple attacks, the only thing that remained after the lightning flashed was the Lord of Lightning's scorched black figure. The Lord of Lightning, circled in midair as blinding lightning, kept flashing. His lightning punishment was currently lashing out at the entire land, forcing the human allied armies to retreat. Crispy chicken, face me! Certain existences would be incredibly sensitive to certain words. It was said that the Lord of Lightning was especially sensitive to words such as chicken and hen. This time, the fairies weren't lying to me. I instantly felt like the Lord of Lightning had locked onto me. I felt a fatal sense of danger and broke out in a cold sweat. I hurriedly flew up, but the Lord of Lightning was actually still able to chase after me even as he jumped in place. Just a single angry glare from the Lord of Lightning created a cage of lightning in front of me. The next instant, lightning gathered on my body. Endless amounts of lightning danced like lightning snakes. Lightning was so fast that it was impossible for me to react. But soon, the lightning dissipated. I was still smiling as I looked at the Lord of Lightning. Just this level of lightning alone wouldn't even be able to injure me. My mockery caused the incredibly prideful Lord of Lightning to go on a rampage. He unhesitatingly gave up on the prey in front of him and chased after me. I had no intention of dodging the Lord of Lightning's lightning at all. Perhaps in the eyes of others, phoenixes were indestructible. The Lord of Lightning had shown his indestructibility several times in the past. But for me, who had successfully killed the Lord of Lightning, his indestructibility was full of flaws. First, let's fight somewhere else. The Lord of Lightning was already in front of me. As I stomped my feet, the entire world was replaced. The more trump cards were used, the more they would be exposed. Previously, I had used a bug-like world to hide the elves, which could be explained as a special magical barrier. However, assassinating the Lord of Tyranny and Shupness had doubtlessly exposed my true strength in this world. The Lord of Lightning would likely be on guard against me. But sometimes, being able to restrict the battlefield would be an obvious advantage for existences like us. The Lord of Lightning unhesitatingly flew higher as the entire world changed. With his rich combat experience, he immediately chose to retreat when faced with an unknown world. As expected, it won't be so simple. I could bring others into this bug-like world, but under normal circumstances, others would be able to walk to the edge and leave by themselves. With the Lord of Lightning's speed, he would probably be able to find out everything in just a few seconds. Stop him, Yongya City. The Black Cloud City revealed its own shadow from the dark clouds. Light gathered on the shadowy Mage Tower and transformed into beams of light that shot directly at the Lord of Lightning. Foolish mortal, you dare to challenge me with holy light. Lord of Lightning, the pinnacle of light. In response to his howl, more light cannons were fired. The beams of light formed a net that gradually contracted and restricted the Lord of Lightning's movements. Finally, the Lord of Lightning began to carefully dodge these beams of light that weren't very powerful. If it was anyone else, they would likely be fooled by his words. However, I had a deep understanding of phoenixes in the past, so how could I possibly be fooled by his words? That's right. Light was the phoenix's foundational magic. Normally speaking, the phoenix should have used death magic or dark magic to counter the phoenix. However, the phoenix wasn't an elemental creature. It was a phenomenon, a wave, and a shadow. In that case, the most practical method to shatter a shadow and stop a wave wasn't to attack it with something else. That would be meaningless. It would be to use an even larger wave to neutralize the phoenix and an even larger shadow to cover it. That was the true method we had discovered to deal with the phoenix back in the day. This was also why I had chosen to use holy light to trap the Lord of Lightning. You cowardly chicken, if you're a rooster, come down and face me. If I won this time, I would really have to thank the fairies who gave me the information. I taunted the Lord of Lightning, who had clearly reached the edge of the battlefield, yet he unhesitatingly returned. Chapter 780. Holy light lit up the entire world as all darkness was forcefully dispelled. This was the Phoenix hunting ground that I had chosen. The Golden Lord of Thunder showed off his abilities as an existence at the pinnacle of wind and light. In a flash of light, he changed his form yet again. His eagle-like head became even sharper, and the light that flowed out transformed into physical lightning. Meanwhile, his wings and lower body transformed into twisted light. It was likely that there wouldn't be a second existence like this in the entire world that was half physical and half light. Damn it, where did he go? The eagle of light spread its wings. There was a flash, and then nothing was left. I hadn't even blinked, yet the Lord of Thunder had vanished without a trace in front of me. His might was still there. He hadn't left. He had simply moved at an incredibly high speed to my blind spot. Nothing above me, nothing to my left. Everything within my field of vision was pitch black. However, the Lord of Thunder was clearly still here. I trusted my instincts. For a true veteran of the battlefield, instincts were far more trustworthy than sight. There's only one explanation. He's so fast that he's able to move to another spot the instant I look in his direction. Humph! Cold sweat appeared on my back as a cold snort echoed in my ears. I viciously swung my sword, but there was nothing there either. Humph! This time, the cold snort came from where I had been looking earlier. Sweat was dripping down my forehead. I had probably been too careless this time. How was I supposed to deal with an opponent that I couldn't even lock onto with my eyes? That's probably what you're thinking, Mr. Roasted Chicken. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, I seemed to randomly swing my sword, but there was a clear clang as my sword finally hit something. The Lord of Thunder's surprised voice revealed his confusion. He probably couldn't understand how I had managed to simultaneously see where he was. What was even more incomprehensible was that even though he could read my mind, he was unable to see my actions. I apologize. I've already met far too many opponents that can read minds. Phoenixes were capable of distinguishing between good and evil, as well as reading minds. This wasn't just a legend. This was a natural talent of their species. However, this was completely different from the mind reading of spiritual creatures. They were creatures from another plane, and they themselves were a stream of information. Observing other individuals was equivalent to reading other individuals' information. In that case, it would actually be quite easy to deal with Harloise. All Harloise needed to do was make some preparations beforehand, such as adding on additional cat clone armor pieces. Cough, cough. I meant using Harloise clones to mess with Harloise thoughts. Of course, I wouldn't explain to him how he had made such a mistake. Unlike that bastard who only cared about the thrill of battle, what I loved the most was to see my opponent die without even realizing it. The more information about me was leaked, the better. At this moment, the lights in the distance were dimming. The tower of holy light in the Hades had extinguished its own light. In this area, I had become the only source of light, and this was also necessary to completely seal off the Phoenix's immortality. My battle with the Phoenix from back in the day, as well as my analysis of the Phoenix's materials, allowed me to clearly see the true nature of Phoenixes. Phoenixes were creatures of this world, but didn't exist in this world. That was why Phoenixes had many special privileges. For instance, their physical bodies in the mortal plane were actually nothing more than a projection of their entire information stream. Although that was their main body, it wasn't their entire body. Simply killing their main body would allow them to use their own methods to move around in this world and then jump onto other similar objects to be reborn. It was just like deleting client. It would be impossible to delete a server. The Fire Phoenix was killed, but as long as it was in the vicinity based on the size and strength of its main body, the weakest would be several hundred kilometers away. As long as there were flames in the vicinity, it would be easy to project a new physical body and be reborn from the flames. The foundational reason why the Duke of Thunder hadn't died despite being hunted down by the Holy Light faction gods was because there was light everywhere in the mortal plane. Even if he was killed at night, he could still be reborn using starlight. And if there wasn't even a speck of light in the surroundings, the information stream without a vessel would rapidly flow away. The Duke of Thunder would naturally enter a weakened state, gradually consuming his main body in order to maintain his existence. Of course, this was only possible in theory. After all, the mortal plane was an elemental plane composed of many different elements. Since everything was in a natural cycle, how could it be possible to eliminate any one element? You're no longer the first weakling I've killed. How could I not know your weaknesses? My words received no response, but the Duke of Thunder's thunderous roars expressed his anger. Although this place was filled with Hades, there was still light here. The Duke of Thunder did his best to understand the principles of light here, but discovered nothing. This wasn't the light element that he was familiar with at all. It would be quite foolish of me to still not notice that something was wrong with the situation and retreat first. But it's too late, little chicken. I heard that it doesn't snow in hell, so let me treat you to some spring snow. I had more than enough time. I used my Northland's ice magic sword, and a snowstorm covered the arena. Not only did this limit the distance between us, it also drove away all the remaining light element. Thanks to the Tower of Salvation in the Hades, all the light element here had been extracted. The only thing that was still glowing was my Dawn Holy Sword. I took a deep breath. The lightning bird before me was fading away, but it still couldn't be underestimated. I've prepared so much, so it all depends on this one. That's right, I had never been a good person who would sacrifice myself for others, nor would I forcefully stand out and challenge the Duke of Thunder to a duel. That was all because every part of a phoenix's body was a treasure. Even though Roland brought the only remaining Devil Lord into his personal hell world, the battle didn't stop there. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The Duke of Thunder's disappearance and the fact that he hadn't reappeared for so long caused panic to spread amongst the devils. But even so, the human allied army was still unable to advance. The temporary defenses and fortresses had already become meat harvesters that were harvesting the blood of both sides. The mages' war puppets had already entered the battlefield. However, they discovered to their astonishment that even the incredibly strong diamond puppets were at a disadvantage against the powerful devils. Even though cannon fire was incessantly coming from behind, and even though magic support had never stopped, and even though they had chosen this battlefield of their own volition, they were still unable to advance. Even though we have so many advantages, why can't we win? The reason? It was quite direct and cruel. The difference in power level. From the very start, both sides' individual power levels weren't on the same level. The humans' top-level combat strength, elite troops, and existences that could obtain a gold evaluation would be nothing more than a common soldier with a few servants in the Devil faction. According to Aichi's usual evaluation, humans had the lowest level black iron bloodline. Meanwhile, adult devils had the highest level gold bloodline, just like demons. Even if the evaluation wasn't accurate, the tremendous difference in power level was being displayed in a cruel manner. A devil casually grabbed a steel greatsword that slashed at full power. A spear that finally managed to pierce the devil's abdomen with great difficulty was unable to even pierce through the devil's scales. Meanwhile, an enemy that was 2 or 3 times as tall as the devil would easily split the devil's upper and lower body in half with a simple grab. The Ottoman mercenaries suffered the greatest casualties. Since they were naval forces, they didn't have any armor or enchanted weapons to begin with. They only attacked the organized devil army because the enemy army had already been utterly defeated by the cannon fire. All they needed to do was attack the enemy while they were down, and they instantly ran into an iron wall. The Forest of Dreams mercenaries fared better. They clearly understood the difference in power level between the two sides, so they didn't try to forcefully attack. Instead, they chose to keep the devils busy. Meanwhile, the Forest of Dreams mercenaries had all sorts of equipment prepared over the years as contract heroes. Since they knew that they would be fighting against the devils, they had long since prepared cold steel weapons and armor that were especially effective against creatures from the lower planes. These magical metal weapons only needed to be slightly enchanted, and just touching them would cause the devils to blister. Even so, the lower planes' combat strength was still far too cruel for the humans. More and more devils were recovering from the chaos, and the human side's casualty ratio was already more than 3 to 1. This would only continue increasing. Fortunately, the mage country's war puppets and summoned beasts were the main fighting force right now. The devils didn't have anything like morale seeds, so they didn't need to worry about too many casualties causing their main force to collapse. The mages in the rear saw this and gave up on trying to get close to the devil army. They focused on summoning even more cannon fodder and preparing even more long-range attack spells. The Ottoman battleships that had completed their first round of attacks reloaded their ammunition and began attacking the devil's defensive line in an orderly fashion. However, supporting attacks were still just supporting attacks. If they were too far away, their attack range would be limited. In order to break through the devil's defensive line, they would still need to sacrifice their own infantry. Finally, when the Ottoman battleships had lost more than half of their naval forces, the mage country's archmages were no longer able to watch this any longer. Numerous high-level mages stood up. They began to forcefully attack the devil's defensive line under the leadership of the emblematic truth-level archmages. Meanwhile, the devil's unimaginable reinforcements finally arrived from a blind spot in their vision. The leader of these reinforcements was an old acquaintance of Roland's, or, more accurately, an old enemy. Chapter 781. The 100th level of the Chaos Abyss, the Ashen Furnace, the Giant's Iron City. This was one of the few safe zones in the Chaos Abyss. Since there were so many dimensional doors here, this was also the largest city and trading center in the Chaos Abyss. Not long ago, this place had once been a battlefield. The Chaos War God had once fought against the strongest adventuring team in the mortal plane here. Even now, the battlefield was nothing but rubble. But now, this neutral city was no longer able to maintain its previous independent status. The silent war god gazed at the nearby Ashen Plaza under the black iron city gate. There, several dozen large altars had been activated, and a gigantic dimensional door had been opened. Countless demons from various countries in the Chaos Abyss were entering this dimensional door. Demons didn't have a standard type. As long as Donati's wanted to, he could have all sorts of strangely shaped demons with 8 legs and 9 arms. However, it was impossible to fake their power level. Judging from their gigantic bodies and natural chaos domains, every demon here was an elite, powerful individual that had accumulated power for several hundred years. The giant Donatis watched as the armies gathered in the distance. Although most of them weren't his subordinates, Just thinking about the upcoming battle caused the war god's blood to boil as he eternally thirsted for battle. Where the Chaos War God was fighting was a spectacle in and of itself. This also meant that the seeds of war had been ignited. There was originally no one around Donati's at all. Even the most arrogant demon lord would carefully restrain his aura and slow his footsteps when he passed by the war god's feet. But suddenly, a gigantic creature suddenly landed and smashed through a pile of rubble. The flying rubble smashed into Donati's face, but he didn't move at all. He didn't even turn his head. He simply furrowed his eyebrows and his gaze became even colder. He didn't even try to hide his disgust and displeasure. Isn't this the venerable war god? Why don't I see the Valkyrie servants that you're so proud of? Although he sounded quite humble, his words were filled with provocation. Everyone knew that Donatis had suffered greatly in the Battle of the Hades and lost all of his Valkyrie servants. Anyone who dared to openly provoke Donatis without worrying about being trampled to death by him was at least an equal existence to Donatis. Barbarat, if you survive the upcoming battle, I'll have a good fight with you. Battle? Are you talking about war? With the alliance of 3 Chaos Overgods. You actually said that there would be a war. All I saw was a show of torture and blood sacrifice. Donatis, you actually think that a country bumpkin from the mortal plane can cause us trouble? Looks like your successive failures have worn away your fighting spirit. Perhaps we can settle our old scores now. The dark green demon king let out a sharp cry. Its 4 limbs fiercely stomped on the ground, causing the entire ashen furnace to tremble. What kind of enormous beast was this? Donatis could already look down at the tallest city wall, but it was much taller than Donatis and twice as strong. Barbarat's upper body was that of a crimson demon, while his lower body was that of a lion-shaped beast that was tearing flesh and blood apart. His tail was coiled with hundreds of giant pythons, and every snake head was alive. They were devouring the great demons they hunted along the way. King of beasts, abyss scavenger, forever hungry. Barbarat had many nicknames, but the most famous one was probably Devourer of Main Gods. In the previous Holy War, he had personally torn apart and devoured 2 Order Main Gods. As for the other main gods that he had devoured, would they even remember how much bread they had eaten? In the entire Chaos Abyss, he was the most dangerous beast. Every time he fought, he would go on a frenzied killing spree that didn't distinguish between friend and foe. However, he hated and loathed Donatis the most because he had personally pulled out his venomous fangs. At this moment, the gigantic Abyss King screamed in delight. He was actually able to get so close to Donatis. He was no longer able to resist the urge to tear apart his mortal enemy. Donatis frowned even more. Even though he already had his own strategic plan, he knew that Barbarat was completely uncontrollable and could go crazy at any moment. Donatis could only unsheath his sword and be on guard in order to avoid losing out. Barbarat became even more excited when he saw Donatis unsheath his sword. Large amounts of stinky blood flowed out of his mouth, and the snakes on his tail even forgot to eat as they hissed at the war god. A battle to the death was about to begin. It would seem that these 2 powerful existences were going to fight to the death before the demon-allied army even set out. However, some people had finally reached an agreement with great difficulty. How could they possibly allow such a scene to happen? Hey! Let's at least last until we reach the mortal plane before we fight amongst ourselves. A black, bat-winged demon descended from the sky. This time, Sophocles the Deceiver didn't carry his familiar great sword on his back. This was different from how he usually only carried a single sword. Sophocles the Deceiver was the initiator of this alliance. This time he was wearing a dazzling golden enchanted armor that made his entire body seem like a golden statue. His entire physical body was covered in armor. If one didn't look at his face, he would seem even more like a war god than Donatis. Isn't this the little bat that ran away in panic? Why are you dressed like a golden turtle? Could it be that it's true that you were scared witless by a bumpkin from the mortal plane and ran back to the chaos abyss with your tail between your legs? Barbarat's words immediately caused Sophocles to be in a terrible mood. Barbarat truly lived up to his reputation as the most unpopular chaos main god in the chaos faction. I don't even know what you're afraid of. Is there anything in the mortal plane that can stop us now that 3 chaos main gods have left? 4, it's 4. Sophocles smiled as he raised 4 fingers. He was so excited that he couldn't contain his excitement over his scheme's success. 4? Who else? The leader of the devils, the lord of tyranny, Sarwinston. However, from today onwards, from the moment that we step into the mortal plane, the devil lords and devils will become history. The devil lords and devils have become history. All that's left now is our closest friend, Abyss Demon Sarwinston. Even Donati's, who was incredibly knowledgeable, revealed an expression of astonishment upon hearing this. Barbarat, who seemed to have absolutely no brains or ability to control himself, also carefully considered the pros and cons of this plan. The devils had always been believed to be a powerful species equal to the demons. The devils and demons had never stopped fighting in the lower planes. Every time the Holy War began, the devils and demons would always drag each other down. The Lord of Tyranny, Sarwinston, was also an incredibly powerful existence. He was the most terrifying evil existence in the entire universe. Now, according to Sophocles' words, the entire devil species and devil lord had given up on their dignity and identity as devils and chosen to become demons. This was probably the most astonishing victory for the entire demon species in the past 5,000 years. The 2 chaos main gods immediately thought that Sophocles had lost his mind and was joking about something like this. However, they then discovered that they had fallen into a trap of thought. Why can't Sarwinston give up on the devils? Since the devils' decline had caused the entire lower planes to work together to devour them, and the demons would definitely deal with them after the Holy War ended. Rather than dying slowly with their remaining territories and species, it would be better for them to completely give up on their dignity and identity as devils and become a demon. This seemed to be the best choice given the current situation. Why couldn't they give up? Just because they were the leader of the devils? In the face of survival, everything else could be sacrificed. If they could survive to the very end, why couldn't they give up on this useless crown? Ha ha ha. It took me quite a bit of persuasion to make Sarwinston agree to my conditions. He's extraordinarily stubborn. I really have to thank Cavendish's older brother. If it wasn't for the fact that Cavendish forced Sarwinston into a corner, Sarwinston wouldn't have been able to make up his mind. Nobody responded to Sophocles' words, nor did he need a response. Donati's continued looking forward. There, the demon lords summoned by the Chaos main gods were continuously arriving. The tremendous Chaos Abyss army was currently noisily entering the dimensional door. Meanwhile, Barbarat was currently shrinking his body size. It would be impossible for an existence like him to enter the mortal plane without making proper preparations. Just as inconceivable as the Chaos Devils completely surrendering to their old enemies, the Chaos main gods actually joined forces once they were no longer restricted by the will of the Chaos Abyss. This was different from the foolish strategy of splitting up their forces and adding fuel to the fire. This time they were going all out. The Ashen Furnace's neutrality was meaningless in front of the 3 Chaos main gods. Countless demons entered the devil's territory through the Ashen Furnace, and then entered the mortal plane through the devil's territory. Chapter 782. Not a single person would have expected that the Hades faction's first purge of the devils would be the fuse for a major world war. Perhaps no one expected that the situation for Sarwinston could not have been worse even before this battle. With his full encouragement, for the sake of his species' honor and history, did demons even have such a thing? Sarwinston, while he was fighting for his species' honor and history, did the devils even have such a thing? Sarwinston himself was secretly preparing for a retreat. According to my understanding, There should be order within chaos, and there should also be chaos within order. This should be an endless cycle, just like how there was no such thing as an everlasting country, nor was there any such thing as an everlasting oath. However, the will of the chaos abyss controlled the chaos abyss, which greatly emphasized uniqueness and chaos. This actually caused the chaos abyss to lose its original purity, purposefully emphasizing that not allying with each other is a type of alliance in and of itself. Is it really chaos to stop all alliances and alliances? From a certain standpoint, she wanted to see the demon lords treat each other with enmity. The devils and demons would remain separate. If a certain demon lord was powerful in the past, she would tempt other demon lords to become enemies with her and reward the victor. But if other demon lords tried to form an alliance with each other to create their own country, they would definitely receive the enmity of the entire chaos abyss. She desired for powerful individuals to become even more powerful by fighting each other, rather than forming a unified political system or country. That was why, no matter how powerful a main god was, none of them had any intentions of establishing a country in the mortal plane that was similar to order. There were even fewer places in the chaos abyss that could be called country. One of the few exceptions was the devils. That was because there was a need for the devils to exist. Perhaps the reason for the devil's existence is because of the demon's existence. The devils are an alternative to chaos and evil, an experimental subject and a possibility. But when this subtle balance is lost, no, when the hand acting as the balance is gone, will there still be any meaning for the devils to exist? Even if the main gods of the chaos abyss hadn't left, a full-scale bloody war would have broken out in the mortal plane. With all the demons standing against the devils, would the devils be able to win since they were inferior in both numbers and top-level combat strength? The answer was obviously no. Would the devils still count on internal strife and killing each other? Would the main gods of the chaos abyss never be able to stand together? No. Perhaps the demons would be displeased with each other, but everyone knew that demons hated devils more than anything else. If there were no obstacles, the main gods of the chaos abyss would be more than happy to put aside their grudges against each other. Perhaps Sarwinston had thought of many possibilities over the countless eons as the devil main god, but he had been scared to the point where he broke out a cold sweat every time. Perhaps Sarwinston had been thinking too much as a main god. It was quite difficult to say. After all, Sophocles had been excluded from being a core member of the devil main god faction from the very start. But before this battle, Sophocles was already the sole leader of the devil main god faction. Sophocles directly contacted Sophocles, who already had a secret deal with him, and formed a secret alliance. This was the devil's final gamble. If the devils were able to gain a foothold in the mortal plane, then all of their escape routes would be meaningless. Both sides would treat this meaningless alliance as nothing more than scrap paper. But if Sarwinston still failed, Sarwinston would activate this alliance at the most dangerous moment. Then the devils in the lower planes would make way for the demon army, and the remaining devils would choose to become demons. This would also mean that the devil species, which had such a long history, would completely leave the stage of history. Changing species wouldn't cause the devils to lose their intelligence. Even if all the sly devils turned into sly and violent demons, it wouldn't make much of a difference in the mortal plane. On the battlefield, no one expected to encounter such a situation. Countless high-level demons walked out of the dimensional door. Their bloodthirsty and warlike natures caused them to instantly teleport to the battlefield using their own magic powers. For mortals, there was no difference between devils and demons. There was no need for there to be a difference. Either way, the ending would be the same. Just as the human warriors thought that victory was right before their eyes, countless new reinforcements arrived. This was especially the case for the arrival of several chaos main gods. This was no longer just adding chips to the scales of the battlefield. Instead, the scales were directly smashed into smithereens. The moment that the Chaos main gods appeared on the western battlefront, everything collapsed. It was already past 8 in the morning. The sun that should have been in the sky had vanished without a trace. There wasn't a single ray of light in the entire area. The black-winged Sophocles was howling in midair as he devoured every bit of light. Donati's slowly pulled out his heavy sword from the ground with a satisfied smile on his face. Several minutes ago, the 2 divine truth-level mages had sacrificed themselves to bring up the rear. They had given Donatis plenty of joy by sacrificing themselves. Donatis decided to make an exception and abandon his hatred of mages to collect the souls of these brave and powerful mages. He made an exception and gave these 2 mages a chance to become the fallen Valkyrie. Barbarat was the only pure demon among the 3, and he was currently enjoying the joy of battle and slaughter just like any other ordinary demon. However, he seemed to have lost his mind from all the killing and charged right into the devil's battle formation. However, there wasn't much of a difference to him. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The devils that were slightly tougher were actually more to his taste. I was humming a little tune as I walked out of that world. I was still feeling happy about my spoils of war when I saw such an astonishing scene. The sky was pitch black. Only hellfire meteors were creating flames and destruction. The demons were having a feast of slaughter, and the gigantic bronze war god was searching for his next target. Not only were the humans collapsing in front of such a tremendous number of high-level demons, even the devils were fleeing. From the moment that the demons arrived on the battlefield, they no longer had the habit of treating the devils as their allies. Hey, I had the advantage just now. Did I go to the wrong place? Perhaps I opened the door the wrong way. Wait, let me close the door and try again. I entered and exited just like before. I could only helplessly sigh. It would seem that I had truly gone too far this time. No, there were still some differences from before. For example, the bronze war god was currently staring at me as if he was looking at some rare treasure, even though there were 2 mountains between us. Meanwhile, Sophocles the deceiver who was in midair also revealed an expression of undisguised delight. Roland, I found you. At this moment, the entire battlefield paused as everyone looked at me. Afu, do you still remember the friendly alliance between us? All right, let's talk later. That gigantic war god was already charging over. I was about to run. Donatis, I didn't do anything to you. Cough. Did you forget that you smashed him with ice aeon earlier? That time in the Elven Kingdom. Also, that friendly alliance they had to work together to deal with Cavendish. Do you really think that if they have a chance to kill you, they'll consider having 1 less person to deal with Cavendish? Silly cat, do you know how cats die? She specializes in telling the truth. I kicked the silly cat's clone far away as I took a deep breath, raised my sword and shield, and prepared myself for battle. Perhaps I was still more than 10 kilometers away, but for a Chaos main god, I was already right in front of him. At such a close distance, running away would be meaningless. If I wanted to survive, I could only fight to the death. Chapter 783. What would happen when multiple Chaos main gods appeared on the same battlefield? Everything would descend into chaos and fear. All dimensional laws would become chaotic, and as the Chaos main gods went all out, the collapse of order would become even more obvious. There was not a single ray of light in the sky. Even those with night vision wouldn't be able to see more than 100 meters away. Everything would be devoured by the Light Eater. There was no need for dark clouds to exist. Spatial cracks were torn open one after another. It was likely that nobody knew what was behind those spatial cracks. After all, the unlucky ones who were devoured still hadn't returned yet. The laws of gravity were rewritten. Gigantic rocks suddenly rose up and then suddenly fell down. The apocalyptic scene from the legends was right before us. Mortals were transported back to ancient times when gods fought each other. This land had experienced far too many battles. The dimensional laws here had long since been broken. Unlike the Battle of the Hades, where the gods of the Hades maintained the stability of the battlefield. This area had long since lost the protection of the Earth God. In such a battlefield, just surviving would be a glorious achievement worthy of being recorded in the myths. But right now, surviving was truly difficult. The bronze war god had a joyous smile as he swung his heavy sword. What his sword destroyed were mountains and city walls. Mortals were unable to attract his attention at all. But as long as they were unlucky enough to be within the range of his charge, they would have no chance of escaping. Those who were trampled to death would be the luckiest. They would die far too quickly and painlessly. Those who were enveloped by his domain of wrath would sink into an eternal battle, killing and being killed until the very last drop of their blood. This wasn't any sort of domain ability or supernatural ability. It was just that when Donati sank into a berserk battle, all intelligent creatures around him would be affected by his emotions and fall into a never-ending berserk battle, just like him. The black-winged demon in the sky also gave up on the prey before him. He glided through the sky, seeming slow, but actually quite fast as he circled around Donates. As for whether his prey was me or Donates, it was likely that even he himself didn't know. That was because every single word of Donates the Deceiver would be lacking in authenticity and credibility. A pincer attack from two main gods? I'm truly honored. I smiled dryly as I lightly gripped my holy light sword and released a blinding light. My dawn holy light sword that dispelled the darkness became the only source of light. The blinding light inadvertently revealed my boiling fighting spirit. How long has it been since I've been able to disregard everything and attack as I please? Perhaps I was influenced by Donates' fervor for battle, or perhaps it was because I had nowhere else to retreat to, but I actually felt my blood boil for a moment. So close yet so far away. In the hands of a sovereign, however, this was a completely different matter. Boom! The instantaneous change in perspective was now meaningless. My intuition told me that Donates was already standing right in front of me. That thunderous roar that made my ears ring was only the sound of wind caused by his sword. My ears and eyes had lost their function, but my intuition and instincts were frantically warning me that a fatal threat was right above my head. Yet I could only slowly mutter in a low voice, "Equality, boom!" The tiny lightsaber wasn't even comparable to a toothpick in front of the war god's super heavy sword. However, the instant that the two swords clashed, the entire world could hear the sound of thunder. The lightless battlefield was illuminated by white light. This was a scorching flash that far surpassed the brightness of the sun in the daytime. After everyone lost their light, they were once again blinded by the excessive light. Thanks to this flash, everyone witnessed an inconceivable scene. Even the main god Devourer Barbarat, who was currently furiously slaughtering everyone, was so shocked that his jaw dropped. The invincible god of war was like an unlucky guy who had been hit by a giant truck. He flew backward like a bullet and rolled in the sky. Then he landed on the ground and continued rolling, smashing through two fortresses and a huge mountain. Perhaps this was the first time in so many years that Donates had been directly defeated by someone in a direct confrontation. The undefeatable and undefeatable war god was sent flying like a baseball by someone who had just come out of the oven. Even Donates was unable to handle this frightening power. Even though he was already rolling on the ground to reduce the impact, he was still unable to move for quite a while. However, Barbarat's burning gaze and the fact that he had long since forgotten the pain actually stimulated Donates' fighting spirit. Ha 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 ha, as expected of Roland. That battle against the Hades back then was so fun, and now you've given me another surprise. Let's go again. However, Barbarat tried to stand up with his arms, but failed twice. Only now did he discover that even his body made of adamantine was unable to handle the power of this attack. His entire arm was now covered in cracks. His maniacal laughter could be heard from half the battlefield, but he received no response at all. That was because I, who had just performed such a miraculous attack, was currently doing my best to dig myself out. Tui, 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 it's all sand. I half knelt on the ground as I stabbed my golden, holy sword into the ground with blinding wings of light surrounding it. Meanwhile, I helplessly looked at my right arm and right hand, which should have been holding my sword. It's only half of my body. Isn't this too ridiculous? There was nothing on the right side of my body where my arm should have been. I didn't need to worry that I would cosplay as Yangua, because half of my shoulder had disappeared without a trace. Such a heavy injury should have meant that I should have died. However, my wound was mysteriously covered in a faint white light, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. As expected, I shouldn't have foolishly faced you head-on. I was forced to use my trump card so quickly. That's such a waste. I was even intending to use it against you in the future when I wanted to trade blows with you. Dawn's holy sword's wings of light spread out in front of me. The Lord of Thunder's shadow furiously flapped his wings in an attempt to fly away, but finally calmed down. Meanwhile, more and more light gathered on my wound. I no longer had the time to worry about my wound. The black-winged demon Sophocles was about to begin his second round of attacks. I had originally thought that Donati's pitiful state would cause the cautious Sophocles to retreat yet again. However, this only stimulated Sophocles' vicious nature as a demon. Even though Sophocles' golden armor that was covered in flashing magical runes seemed rather laughable, the vicious expression on his demon's face revealed his determination. It would be worth it, even if he was seriously injured, if he could take this chance to deal with such a terrifying opponent. When the light on the right side of my body faded, my right arm and body returned to normal. I unfurled my wings of light, picked up my holy sword, and flew towards the wind. You want to beat me up while I'm down? Try to show off your own strength first. Aphew. I'm Sophocles. This time, my light sword and heavy sword didn't clash. My wings of light and the gigantic demon slowly approached each other. Darkness and light. TSK, just as we were about to clash, I flew downwards while he flew upwards. Both of us missed each other. Why didn't you dodge if you had the guts? What a cowardly mortal. As expected, you don't have the courage to fight me head-on. Sophocles couldn't see through my ability just now, so he didn't dare to fight me head-on. I also felt that Sophocles definitely wasn't the type to fight me head-on. He definitely had some tricks up his sleeve. I've already seen through your tricks. Isn't it just some light-absorbing armor from the Helectum generation? I've played with it so much that I don't even want it anymore. Did you get it at the Sky Tower last time? How is that possible? How could you possibly know? I've already buried everyone who knows about this. And now, it was my turn to be rendered speechless. I casually told him that I was telling the truth. I also carefully kept my distance from Sophocles. Last time, I saw that he was seriously injured. He had even taken out the Solar Energy Storage Armor X blueprint to create his own armor for himself. This rare item that the Helectum generation invented was the natural enemy of light. Although it was called a Solar Energy Storage Armor, it was actually capable of forcefully absorbing all types of light. Back when I was looking at the blueprint in the ruins, I had exclaimed that this item was the natural enemy of holy light. If it wasn't for the fact that the materials needed were so difficult to obtain, I would have even created one to defeat the Holy Light Church by myself. Cough, cough! Let's focus on figuring out how a powerful demon managed to obtain so many light element materials. Sophocles didn't dare to directly attack, but someone else did. Not only that, there were two of them. Donati's gigantic sword and bloody scythe simultaneously attacked Sophocles. Donati's had already arrived in front of me while laughing maniacally. Seeing how exciting the battle was, he unhesitatingly gave up on his wailing toy as he smiled viciously. This time, Donati's was being ganged up on by three main gods, all of whom were seriously on guard. It was likely that no matter who won or lost, this battle would go down in history. My previous attack was no longer usable. As the first mortal to be ganged up on and killed by multiple main gods, I could now die in peace, as if I could only helplessly sigh as I faced the pressure of being ganged up on. I tossed aside my holy sword. Hey, brothers, someone wants to gang up on me and bully me with numbers. What do you think? There was no response. All right then. It seemed that talking nicely to these bastards was useless. You're the one. Little fire dragon. Wondrous frog seed. 2 clouds of black mist appeared in the direction his arm was pointing. One blocked Donati's, and the other blocked Barbarat. Donati's black greatsword was blocked by the lightning spear, and his blood-stained scythe was broken by the spiked mace. Donati's was once again sent flying, and this time he was accompanied by the gigantic main god Devourer. Who is the little red dragon? I am the creator goddess, most beloved eldest son, the Titan. Who is the wondrous frog seed? I am the pinnacle of despair and regret, Heimer. Chapter 784. The sudden appearance of the 2 giant gods on the battlefield attracted countless gazes. Probably no one had expected that another 2 over-gods would appear. Barbarat was currently fighting against a headless black giant. This was different from the black-haired, black-eyed human youth's incarnation. Even Heimer wouldn't hold back against a chaos abyss monster. Heimer was the Lord of Despair. He had previously been one of the 3 Devil Lords, as well as the evilest existence in the entire chaos abyss. It seemed that he was still evil even now. Heimer's true body was a black, headless giant. The part of his neck that should have a head was burning with black flames. What was still shouting and yelling in battle was the black flames that surrounded his physical body. It seemed that the black flames were Heimer's true body. His physical body was wielding a chained sword as he fought against Barbarat, while the flames transformed into various faces that mocked Barbarat. Even though Heimer was clearly a supreme lord, he was saying trash talk that even rural ruffians would look down on. Just a little bit more, and you would have bitten me. Oh, you stink. Did you not brush your teeth? Oofed. I forgot that wild beasts are unable to use dental floss. Hey! You intend to bite me with your lower body? Actually, I think that you should get plastic surgery. Heimer's trash talk became more and more vulgar, but his attacks became even more vicious. It was obvious that he was old acquaintances with Barbarat. Although Barbarat was also a devil lord who used chain swords, the difference between Lasnina, the Lord of Curses, and Heimer would be like the difference between an apprentice and a teacher. Only later did I learn that Lasnina had truly learned sword techniques from Heimer. The chain sword, which reeked of blood and rot, was clearly venomous. Right now it had been split into pieces, under the corrosion of the black flames. Some of them turned into vipers, some into scorpions, and some into hyenas. They crazily tore at Barbarat's body and injected venom into it. Meanwhile, Heimer's physical body acted like a ruffian as he pressed Barbarat against the ground and beat him up. Heimer took every opportunity to pull out Barbarat's hair, slap him, and pull out his teeth. Heimer. There weren't many legends about him in the mortal plane. However, it was publicly acknowledged that he was the master of all nightmares and hatred, as well as the master of mental magic. During the Battle of the Hades, Heimer, who was on a business trip, plotting against Lady Storm, did not appear in the Hades. When the Hades were separated from the main plane, he remained in the main plane as the demon's most powerful force. Is there anything fishy about this? Would anyone believe me if I said it was purely an accident? Those devils were all sly, leaving behind a top-level combat strength as a backup. Ahem. Let's not look into what happened in the past. It's all in the past. The important thing is that we won the Battle of the Hades. Now we're all in the same boat. As I mentioned before, this battle was the first time that the Hades and their allies on the ground had joined forces in a major battle. It was a battle of honor that they couldn't afford to lose. In order to achieve victory, Ale had privately given me full authorization. Full authorization sounded simple, but it was actually quite significant. It meant that I could use all of the Hades' power, including main god level combat strength. Yes, we also had main god level combat strength. However, it would be far too difficult for the main gods who had obtained the Hades's divine power to leave. It wouldn't be very meaningful to send an incarnation here, and attacking from afar would be quite costly as well. In most situations, it wouldn't be worth it. However, since the enemy had main god level combat strength, how could I possibly just enter the battlefield empty-handed? Especially since I had already accidentally attracted so much hatred from the enemy. Wouldn't that be the same as wanting to die faster if I just jumped in front of the enemy? And so, I directly recruited Heimer's helper. I had been preparing to fight against the Lord of Tyranny. I had originally intended to watch a civil war between the Devil Lords, but now it had become a fight between a devil main god and a demon main god. However, I was now regretting my decision. As the peak of despair, the moment Heimer appeared on the battlefield, the spiritual energy of despair scattered in all directions. The weak souls were crushed by despair immediately. Some knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Some even took out their swords to commit suicide. Those who weren't mentally strong enough would fall into madness and hysteria if they mindlessly stared at Heimer. If they weren't saved in time, their destroyed souls would transform into new nightmares. Why do I suddenly feel like we're the evil ones here? Judging from the style of the battle, the war gods Donades and Sophocles were quite powerful and domineering. Meanwhile, Heimer's domain of despair was turning the brave warriors into lunatics. If it weren't for the fact that the current situation was special, he would likely have been attacked by all the gods if his true body had appeared in the mortal plane. Currently, Heimer was even spitting at Barbarat, who was chained to the ground by his chainsword. Compared to Heimer, Barbarat seemed far more like a righteous person. If the silly cat was here, she would probably say, "Did you just realize that you've always been a side character?" Unfortunately, nobody responded to her comment. Harlois' main body was currently rushing over from the eastern battlefront. The moment that the main gods appeared on the battlefield, she had dispelled most of her clones and returned all of her power to her main body. Right now, I needed every bit of combat strength I could muster. Although your appearance is terrible, fine, it's extremely terrible, you're indeed quite strong. Hey, Heimer, can't you be a little more brave? I just praised you. Before I could finish speaking, Barbarat finally regained his senses and pinned Heimer down on the ground to beat him up. TSK, how pitiful. Every punch landed on Heimer's flesh. From a certain standpoint, this was to be expected. After all, I had never expected Heimer to defeat Barbarat from the very start. There was a tremendous difference in abilities between Heimer and Barbarat, after all. Forcing the slippery Heimer to fight Barbarat to the death on the battlefield was something that I had no choice but to do. Hold on, at least until Donades loses. That's easy for you to say. Do it yourself. Damn, stupid lion, are you the only one who knows how to bite? Take my poisonous fangs. Although Heimer was now at a disadvantage, judging from his energetic roar, he should be able to hold on for a short period of time. I hoped that he would be able to hold on until Donades lost. That's right, I was correct. I was looking forward to seeing the strongest Chaos War God, Donades, who had never been defeated before, lose. It was likely that nobody had expected this scene before them. Donades, who had always been undefeatable in direct confrontations, would actually be beaten up by someone else in a direct confrontation. Is this the power level of the creator goddess's eldest son, the first Titan giant? He's so ridiculously powerful that I can't even evaluate him. Fortunately, I didn't have a direct confrontation with him back in the day. However, I didn't have the free time to spectate the other battles. It was 3 against 3, so neither of us could even think about dodging. Whoever lost first would cause an avalanche. The final Chaos main god, my old nemesis Sophocles, was now standing in front of me. His gaze was different from before, but it was now filled with killing intent that he was determined to die. Chapter 785. Even though they were all main gods, some existences were still different from others. Chaos War God Donades had always been viewed as the symbol of undefeatability and the vanguard of the Chaos Abyss. He had experienced countless battles without ever falling. His countless years and countless combat achievements made it so that he didn't need any titles or praises to describe his valiance. The title of undefeatable war god was more than enough. As long as Donati's was on the battlefield, he would always be the center of attention. Currently, the most attention-grabbing battle on this battlefield was still the giant gods fighting against each other. However, it was likely that nobody expected that Donati's would be completely suppressed. Everyone's impression of the tall bronze war god was that he would always look down on the walls beneath his feet and then easily crush the walls and the mortals who resisted. He would expressionlessly destroy everything and return everything to the chaos abyss. He was absolutely strong, unreasonably strong. It was impossible to stop him from seeing mortals as nothing. But right now, the undefeatable war god was just like a child being beaten by an adult. His gigantic body, which he had always been proud of, didn't even reach his waist in front of a true giant god. The lightning giant wore an ancient white robe made of silk. He also had a scepter belt and straw sandals on his feet. These sandals were all made of plants. He seemed just like an ancient artifact that had jumped out of the Age of Legends. Perhaps the Titans had always been viewed as a powerful species on par with dragons, but it was likely that very few existences would remember that the Titans had been named after this ancient artifact before them. The two largest existences on this battlefield, Donati's and Barbarat, weren't even half as tall as the Titan giant. Just by looking up, the Titan giant's head, which was wearing an olive branch headband, seemed to reach the clouds. His breathing dispelled the dark clouds, and lightning swirled in his eyes. Anything he focused on would be struck by true lightning. The Titan giant was the creator goddess, Astria's favorite child. He was a super undying existence that had survived since the immemorial era. He had once led his tribe to challenge all the giant gods in the world. I was unable to understand just how strong he was. That was because I had never seen anyone who had survived fighting against him. In terms of seniority, apart from the two goddesses of Hades, nobody was older than the Titan giant. Even when the land of spring collapsed due to the Battle of Hades, the Titan giant agreed to become the protector of the land of spring for the sake of his tribe. Yet there was still nobody capable of ordering such an ancient existence around. I can't do it, and Ale, who is also an ancient as well, I can't do it either. Even if he calls the Titan brother, he would be considered to be trying to climb up the social ladder. Fortunately, unlike the legends, the ancient Watcher of the Earth had grown tired of fighting. Over the past few years, he had devoted most of his energy to the construction of the land of spring, smiling all day like a benevolent old man. However, no one would underestimate him because of this. Without a doubt, he and his people were still the #1 fighting force of the Hades. It's such a strong existence, and it's not bound to the Hades plane. It's such a pity that it's left idle. Even if I had ALS authority, it would still be impossible for me to command such an ancient individual. And if I sent the lower-ranked Titans, not only would they be unreliable, I would also have to consider whether or not they would return to the land of spring if I sent them to the mortal plane. Cough! I meant that the top-ranked Titans weren't easy to deal with. So I went to talk to the Titan himself. The other Titans didn't even try to hide their expressions as they were waiting to see me make a fool of myself. After all, nobody had ever tried to twist a Titan's will. However, I disappointed them. After a short private discussion, not only did the Titan agree to personally help me, he even condescended to stay in my personal bug-like world and become my personal red dragon, Grandpa Heimer. And so, it was no problem for me to have another Heimer in my personal bug-like world. Grandpa Titan would properly teach the arrogant Heimer how to be a proper person. And so, the unluckiest phoenix in the entire world was born. The phoenix of wind and light was trapped in my personal world. He thought that he would have a chance to fight me one-on-one, but he ended up facing the Titan who was also skilled at controlling lightning and light, as well as Heimer who specialized in sneak attacks. These two main gods ambushed and ganged up on the Lord of Thunder. The Lord of Thunder died a pitiful death. The Lord of Thunder died 342 times, with the longest being 38 seconds and the shortest being 1 second. This was his pitiful death record. After so many deaths and rebirths, the Lord of Thunder was finally forced to choose the location I set for him to be revived in, and I trapped him in my Dawn Sword. Then I used the design and concept I had created for Adam's sword back in the day, and with the help of the world's #1 craftsman, the Titan, my Dawn Sword was also infused with the Phoenix's spirit, giving it its first major qualitative improvement. This also allowed me to witness the Titan's inconceivable smithing skills. I digressed. Perhaps some people had already guessed how I made the Titan willingly help me. Indeed, there was no one in the world who could command the Titan. But my system wasn't human. I was wrong. I definitely didn't mean to say that she was a thing. Just thinking back to my ridiculous quests made me realize that my system wasn't a thing at all. You're overflowing with evil intentions. If you don't keep your mouth shut, I'll have that child beat you up. Just one punch will definitely make you unable to take care of yourself. You're underestimating me far too much. Do you really think that you can use violence to shut my mouth? Yep, of course it's possible. Can face be eaten? I'll shut up from now on. As I looked at Donati's pitiful appearance, I thought about how it would feel to have a fist larger than a city smashing into me. Then, I became a rational man who knew when to yield. That's right, the only person in the world who could command the Titans was my system, Astria. After all, to the Titans who had experienced the creation era, Astria would forever be the creator and mother who had created him. Children would always miss their mothers. Family was carved into their souls. It was impossible to erase. Time would only cause longing to settle. Reuniting with Astria would be both joyous and sad. Even now, I could still remember that when the Titan met Astria, the gigantic god in the clouds actually sat down and wept like a child. In order to prevent trouble from coming from my mouth, I should shut up. Right now, the gigantic god was beating up a child, and he seemed to be having fun. The bronze war god was currently in a daze from being beaten up. He had probably never met a fist larger than his head before. He was unable to defend against or dodge every thunderous punch that came from above his head. The first 3 punches had already shattered his super heavy sword, which had never been damaged in the slightest. The Titan war god could only use his body to take the remaining punches. The Titan war god didn't use any supernatural abilities. He simply used brute force, which Donati's loved the most. He kept punching Donati's physical body and soul. Donati's was already ridiculously strong for being able to last so long without becoming a pile of mush. The powerful Donati's was smashed into the ground. He angrily roared, causing the entire world to fear him to do battle. However, it was all useless. The Titan war god maintained his original rhythm as he punched Donati's again and again. Don't think too much about it. This is the Titan war god's only way of fighting. He doesn't have any other supernatural abilities. Back in the day, we all fought like this. Was this the style of the previous divine wars? The 2 creator goddesses of order and chaos brought a bunch of half-naked muscular men to play mud wrestling? This scene was so beautiful that I didn't even dare to imagine it. Please give me back the beautiful epics from the myths. Please don't remain silent. This makes me wonder if the ancient divine wars were really fought like this. I remained silent. All right then, let's not worry about such useless things and return to the battlefield. At this point, nobody believed that Donati's would be able to obtain victory. The only question was how long he would be able to last. And our mission was to stop the other main gods and not give Donati's any chance of survival. Hymir was still fighting against Barbarot on the ground. However, everyone knew that the 2 old acquaintances weren't that much stronger than each other. It would be impossible to determine a victor in a short period of time, not to mention whether Donati's would live or die. Meanwhile, my opponent, Sophocles the Deceiver, was clearly our only hope on the battlefield. However, he kept on casually fighting against me. Every time he fought, he only lightly touched the ground. It seemed like he wasn't using his full strength at all. I even suspected that Sophocles wanted to see Donati's die here. However, I instinctively felt that something was off. If Donati's died in battle, not only would the invasion of the Chaos Abyss fail, we wouldn't possibly give up on this opportunity to kill him either. Being able to kill 2 Chaos main gods in the mortal plane was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Finally, what I had been waiting for finally happened. Sophocles took an incomprehensible action. Chapter 786. Sophocles the Deceiver. His abilities were unknown, and his aces were unknown. He was a rare type of intelligent demon who only used his muscles to think. Although he had many records of his attacks, he displayed different types of abilities. Too much messy and uncertain information was the same as having no information at all. It was obvious that Sophocles was intentionally hiding his true power level in the shadows. Judging from his past experiences and personality, he was far more skilled at scheming than swords. He was more like a devil than a demon. My previous interactions with him proved that he was also an overly cautious and sly existence. During the Battle of the Hades, he shamelessly tore up our contracts multiple times based on the situation. He shamelessly kept slacking off when he discovered that the situation wasn't good for him. In the end, he shamelessly admitted defeat. If news of this spread, it would be an utter humiliation for all main gods. It was the same in the Sala Dukedom. Even though he opened up a dimensional door to the Chaos Abyss, he only sent his subordinates to carefully test the waters. After he discovered that we were there, he unhesitatingly gave up on his plan to forcefully descend to the Chaos Abyss, even though he said that he didn't give up. Scheming, calculating, and being cautious were all ways to survive. However, this wasn't the way to be a ruler. This didn't match his status as the top existence in the world at all. It could be said that Sophocles the Deceiver was the weakest among all the Chaos main gods. No one thought highly of him in terms of reputation or power level. However, the fact that he had survived until now proved that his path wasn't necessarily wrong. I was now unable to see through him. My hero's armor of light didn't have any holy light at all. The pitch-black demon who wore extravagant armor unfurled his 100-meter-long bat wings. However, the wings didn't create any wind. His wings were gathering light. All the light was gathering together as his black wings captured all the particles of light. Or it could be said that all the light was being devoured by his wings. The black bat wings were fully unfurled, covering the entire sky. All the light gathered and dissipated on the wings, making it look like an angel. Under the illumination of the light, the originally ferocious face was replaced with calmness. Only now did I clearly see his current appearance. His facial features had all melted away. The pitch-black, faceless one transformed into a shadow that devoured all light. The current Sophocles' face seemed like a distorted black hole that was covered in light. Sophocles' wings of light and dark overlapped with each other. There was even a faint sound of holy music around the multi-winged Demon King. His black horns were covered in magic runes that resembled crosses. A greater demon descended from the sky, accompanied by darkness and light at the same time. This strange sense of holiness and ritual made it seem more like an angel than a demon. This was definitely not an ability that a great demon should have, nor was it something that his armor could do. On the contrary, that gorgeous armor was concealing and suppressing his true form. I faintly felt that this version of Sophocles was his true form, an existence of both light and darkness. What I didn't understand the most was his attitude. It was as if he was prepared to fight to the death with me at all costs. This was far too different from how he used to fight when the wind was blowing against him. Risking your life to help Donates? That's impossible. Why would he do that? Today's battle had attracted far too much attention. Sophocles had unhesitatingly revealed his true power. This was completely different from his usual personality. Originally, we had chosen our opponents based on the difference in power levels. The strongest Titan would take care of Donates, while I would fight against Sophocles, who should have lacked the will to fight. But now, Sophocles had no intentions of communicating with me at all. He was prepared to fight to the death by himself. It seemed that I was unlucky yet again. However, Sophocles wouldn't give me a chance to doubt myself. Even though I suppressed my doubts, I could only properly fight. As the war on the Western Front progressed, it gradually became a mythical battlefield of epic proportions. However, the war on the Eastern Front could not possibly stop. A rotting monsoon wind blew past the mountains. Large amounts of dark clouds gathered together, and a violent wind and heavy rain unnaturally descended. Dawn's sunlight pierced through this evil sky. It seemed that the southern sect's holy church priests were prepared for this rain. Numerous light of salvation appeared in the area covered by the light, preventing the evil rain from falling. The dark clouds were dispelled by the light. Faintly, male curses and cries of pain could be faintly heard from within the thickest dark clouds. Above the dark clouds, a cruel battle between dragons was also ongoing. That's right, a battle between dragons where one dragon could fight against 100 dragons. In the sky, the furious Lord of Tyranny had curled himself up into a ball. His 2 gigantic dragon heads kept spitting out flames and ice. The spreading flames instantly evaporated the famous long river here. The hell explosion that came with it instantly transformed this place into a scorching desert hell. Meanwhile, the arrogant Lord of Tyranny was currently facing the greatest danger of his life. Hundreds of ancient dragons were ganging up on the dragon's rebellion and disgrace, the living dragon's dark history. The red dragon was currently spitting out flames while flying at high speed. The bronze dragon jumped onto Sarwinston's back and used his naturally tough claws and teeth to tear apart Sarwinston's dragon scales. Even the weak and foolish green dragons and white dragons would become incredibly terrifying beasts of war after they matured into ancient dragons. Dragon breath and dragon might became the most worthless items on the battlefield. Both sides had astonishingly high magic resistance, but their magic casting abilities were only average. The end result was that this battle between dragons easily became a bloody battle in the air. At this time, it was a competition of whose skin was thicker and whose claws and teeth were sharper. It was evident that Sarwinston was astonishingly powerful in this aspect. Dragons kept falling from the sky, while dragons kept rising from the ground. With the 3 major dragon cities working together, today's dragon army didn't need to worry about a lack of reinforcements. All they needed to do was gradually weaken the dragon army. However, today's main character didn't belong to the legendary Dragon City. Semi-transparent night wings danced in the sky. However, their bodies were covered in black mist. Only their blood-red eyes shone with a strange light. They were the dragons of death, the dragons of Hades, and the dragons of the death god. The hell envoys didn't reveal their true appearances. The mist that covered their bodies was also a type of protection for others. After all, they were the incarnations of death. It was an instinct for them to spread the word of death. If any weak life form in the mortal plane saw their true form or was stared at by them, it was highly likely that they would instantly die. The bloody battle in the Hades replayed once again. The hell dragons were surrounded and attacked by the other dragons, while the hell dragons flew around at high speed and skillfully surrounded and attacked. The hell dragons surrounded the powerful Devil Lord, and occasionally lowered their heads to attack with their breath. They didn't even need to participate in melee combat. The hell dragon's breath of death was far more dangerous and fatal than any other dragon's breath. The dragons were proud of their high magic resistance and physical resistance, but they were all meaningless in front of the Hades breath of death. Every time a hell dragon spat on him, Sarwinston was no longer as indifferent as he had been at the start of the battle. He still hadn't seen through the hell dragon's characteristics, but that didn't stop him from noticing that something was wrong with the situation. With every breath, he was getting closer to the end of his life. Sarwinston was tired and fatigued. Memories of his repeated defeats in recent years surfaced in his mind. A mysterious fear filled his heart. Am I really going to be worn down to death by these low-level lizards? He wanted to escape, but it was impossible for him to escape from the dragon's attacks. Also, the familiar energy waves in the west made him want to immediately rush to the western battlefront. Chapter 787. The western battlefront was now in complete chaos. Multiple main gods appeared in the same area, causing the elemental tide to become incredibly chaotic. The dimensional laws here had been repeatedly attacked by the demon army and were now in tatters. The elemental chaos zone, or the dead magic zone, was usually the scene of a forbidden spell or an ancient battlefield from the mythological era. However, since so many main gods were fighting at full power here, the dead magic zone that only existed in books appeared in reality. The archmages participating in the battle were probably the ones who were the most affected by the elemental tide's chaos. Ordinary mages and acolytes wouldn't be able to cast any spells in such an environment. Forcefully casting a spell would result in them being destroyed by the uncontrollable mana, such as a small fireball suddenly transforming into a firestorm. Truth-level archmages had basically created their own personal domains. Such an environment wouldn't restrict them from using their own domain power. This was one of the basic requirements for top-level combat strength to participate in a battle between gods. However, the effects would be tremendous. Mages were a job class that was used to borrowing external power and natural laws. The chaotic elemental tide meant that mages could only rely on their own mana reserves to fight. It was obvious that their combat strength would be greatly reduced before they could adapt to the new environment. The sky was wailing and the earth was being torn apart. The devils, demons, and undead were still unwilling to give up. The pitch-black demons in the sky became the only source of light, causing everyone to feel uneasy. In such a chaotic battlefield, even archmages could die to a skeleton archer that could disintegrate at any moment. Get up! Curse Master, Mutt was the oldest archmage in this battle. His skinny face was covered in wrinkles, and he always used a walking stick as he trembled like an injured rat man. He usually didn't appear in front of the younger generation, and was even mocked by them. However, he would always show his true colors when danger arrived. The archmage used all his strength to control the earth and wind elements. His short body suddenly expanded by several times, and his veins bulged as sweat dripped down his face. He was using all his strength, but it wasn't an offensive spell. Under Mutt's control, the surface of the ground was cut off, and numerous temporary floating discs were erected. They were of different sizes, with the largest being enough to be called floating islands, and the smallest being large enough to carry several dozen people. All the floating discs slowly floated upwards, making them quite eye-catching on the battlefield. Looking at the floating disc, the quick-witted mages were at first shocked, then delighted, and promptly flew towards the floating disc. The duller juniors also came to their senses after being reminded by their compatriots, all of them approaching the nearest floating disc. The most dangerous part right now was the complete chaos of the battlefield due to the Chaos Faction's appearance. The mages in this area could only fight for themselves. The powerful devils and demons that suddenly appeared next to them would all die for no reason and would be completely worthless. As long as they gathered together again, they would naturally be able to form a battle formation according to their usual training. Some would assist, some would defend, and some would attack. Under the premise of not having to worry about the rear, they would be able to display their true strength. And as expected, when the mages landed on the floating disc, they immediately constructed new defensive positions according to their research direction. Some provided energy for the floating disc to float. Some created new defensive spells. Some contacted their colleagues, and some immediately started chanting powerful offensive spells after they stood firm on their feet. Perhaps academic mages would appear clumsy and chaotic when faced with unexpected situations, but once the situation stabilized, their solid theoretical foundations would allow them to instantly explode with astonishing combat strength. Each floating disc was a mage unit. The advanced mages would teleport in a row and choose the most suitable location for themselves. When a few floating discs were connected, a simple mage tower would be constructed. The top-level archmages were surrounded by mid-level mages of the same element, directing them to cast spells together. The acolytes were busy replenishing and strengthening the defensive positions. After the first wave of incantations was finished, countless summoned creatures descended from the void. With the protection of cannon fodder, the defensive domains were greatly reduced, and the mages were finally able to cast spells without worry. The mages' continuous bombardment of spells forced the demons to retreat. In the sky, there was a small floating disc with only 20 or so people standing on it. This disc was the core of the entire battlefield. Cade, Umla, Osloin, Aloso, and the other truth-level archmages naturally stood together with their acolytes. In the center was Archmage Mutt, who was doing his best to maintain his incantation. These top-level archmages weren't paying attention to the battle between the acolytes and the demons. They were currently searching the entire battlefield, looking for a chance to change the situation. The dark night was no obstacle to them. In this chaotic battlefield, the most eye-catching area was doubtlessly the area where the main gods were fighting. Barbarat and Hymer's chaotic battle was still ongoing. The two vicious beasts were biting and killing each other, causing the ground to tremble with the beasts' angry roars. It was quite difficult for the archmages to interfere with the battle between the two magical beasts, nor did they want to interfere. Which side is ours? That lion-headed monster, that headless giant doesn't seem like a good person. Don't be stupid. That black giant is Hymer, the traitorous devil lord. The abyss devourer Barbarat is our true enemy. Even though the archmages were able to tell who was friend and foe, the archmages still weren't interested in interfering with the battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, the giant gods were fighting each other. The giant god in the clouds kept summoning lightning, and his heavy fists tore through the restrictions of space itself. Meanwhile, the bronze war god was doing his best to hold on. Even though he kept vomiting blood from being beaten up, he only became more and more excited. Donati's nose was still smashed and laughably bloody. Nosebleeds fell down like raindrops. This area that was stained with God's blood actually sped up the process of transforming this area into the Chaos Abyss. This was doubtlessly the most important battlefield, but when the Titan God's arms tore through space, even level 4 individuals would have to stay away from this battlefield. The wind from his punches could easily kill a dragon. If even such punches couldn't kill Donati's, what could the archmages possibly do from so far away? Give me 20 hours to maintain my incantation, and I guarantee that I'll kill him. Killing him will be quite difficult, but injuring him won't be a problem. I'm even going to say that we should bring Arlo's Cloud City here and use the several hundred years of Arlo's Cloud City's mana reserves to blow him up into the sky. The two archmages of divine truth tried to find joy in this difficult situation. Neither of them expected that this ordinary encirclement would result in them meeting the main forces of the Chaos Abyss and multiple Chaos main gods. However, they weren't lying. If this was the Mage Country, if this was the Mage's Cloud City, then with the strongest mage city in the land, even a main god wouldn't have an easy time against it. Time is life on the battlefield, so let's cut to the chase. The Cloud City will take another 20 minutes to arrive. En route, when the time comes, you'll have to personally fulfill your promise. Amara, who had her eyes closed, directly tossed out astonishing information to the archmages. The archmages all paused in surprise for a moment before having different expressions. Some had expressions of sudden understanding, some had expressions of delight, and some were rather depressed. Since the mage's highest organization was the Cloud City, it was naturally mobile. It was just that the Cloud City had never had a chance to act due to how powerful the Mage Country was. When considering the Cloud City's tremendous size and mass, it was impossible for it to move quickly. The only possibility was that the Cloud City had set off first and arrived on the battlefield on time. The depressed archmages were obviously thinking about how they had been excluded from this information. Don't blame me for hiding this from you. We've always had many internal members. If we want to hide this from our enemies, we'll need to hide it from our own people first. Only a few people in the inner circle know about this. Amara of Star Revelation explained this to the archmages. Right after that, the archmages spread the news that the Cloud City was about to arrive to every warrior in the mage country. The news that reinforcements were about to arrive greatly boosted the mages' morale. At this moment, Amara was looking at the pitch-black sky. There, an angel of light wielding a holy sword was currently engaged in a bitter battle against a powerful devil. Light and shadow intertwined, causing everything to become hazy. Black holes, the void, dimensional cracks, the death demon zone, and other dimensional scenes. Their battlefield was probably the most dangerous of all. Light and shadow were being torn apart. Two winged bearers were doing their best to steal control of the light. They were fighting to the death in a way that no one could understand. Perhaps no one would be able to understand such a battlefield, but at the very least they were evenly matched. Without a doubt, the rumors that had been viewed as nonsense were now true. The strongest holy knight with a mortal body was now an existence capable of directly fighting against a main god. Amara, who had experienced countless lifetimes, couldn't help but sigh at the battle before her. Humans are truly the most inconceivable of creatures. Back in the day, he was just a brat about the same age as Marguerite. It's only been 100 years, and he's actually reached such a level. As Marguerite's teacher, although Amara had high hopes for Roland back in the day, she had never expected that he would reach such a level. Yet, she didn't have much time to sigh. Perhaps the situation on the battlefield caused the Cloud City's bearers to speed up. Sunlight shone through the torn black clouds as a beautiful city descended from the sky. Begin the counterattack. Show them the mage's power. Show them the power of mortals. It was unknown who shouted this first, but numerous fireworks and lanterns began to illuminate the entire world. Chapter 788. As a mega-empire, the mage country of Arledent didn't have a large territory. Most of the country's population was concentrated in the capital, Arlo. For the past thousands of years, the Cloud Tower had existed in the skies above Arlo. At first, it had only been a residence and laboratory for high-level mages. In order to prevent explosions from spreading to other areas, it had been isolated from the rest of the world. As mage education became more common, the number of mages in Arlo increased year by year. There were more and more undying mages of the previous generation, and the number of permanent residents in the Cloud Tower kept increasing. With continuous expansion, the Cloud Tower was no longer just a research area for high-level mages. 10% of the total population of mages lived in the Cloud Tower. More than 50% of archmages had their own residences and laboratories in the Cloud Tower. Every academic society had a mage tower in the Cloud Tower. Even so, the Cloud Tower was still officially referred to as the Cloud Tower. Even though it had been a real city for several centuries, everyone was used to calling it that. The Cloud Tower was no longer just a research area and mage tower. Every citizen of Arledent could look up at the Cloud Tower every day. The Cloud Tower's existence was the symbol of the entire country's prosperity and stability. Never challenge an archmage who has a mage tower. This seemed to have become common knowledge in the entire universe. Perhaps this also meant never directly challenge Arlo or the Cloud Tower, unless you intend to simultaneously deal with thousands of top-level mage towers and tens of thousands of archmages. Perhaps the Cloud Tower didn't have any famous combat achievements, and perhaps everyone had already forgotten that it was a mobile Cloud Tower. However, it was precisely because of how powerful the Cloud Tower was that any existence with a certain level of intelligence wouldn't even consider directly challenging the Cloud Tower. Attack the mage country's capital, Arledent? There's the Cloud Tower there. Tens of thousands of archmages endless mana reserves, a tremendous number of war puppets and magical creations, countless dimensional doors and spell reserves. That's more than half the mage country's combat strength. Even the most reckless ruler wouldn't consider attacking the mage country's capital. That cloud tower was the mage's home and residence, as well as the symbol of the entire country's peace and stability. The only arrogant individual who dared to provoke Orlos was still the foolish King Orlos. Judging from the current situation, Orlos's arrogant provocation of dragging the mage country into this mess was probably the wisest decision in the entire world. 10 years ago, the Inner Circle counselors had a secret agreement with Bardi's former king, Orlos. If necessary, the Cloud Tower would send reinforcements across the sea, and the Bardi Empire would pay for all of our losses. Not only that, but they will also open their treasury and offer at least 100 kilograms of enchanted adamantine, tens of millions of gold coins worth of magic materials, 1 divine equipment, and 10 semi-god equipment as compensation. In the Cloud Tower's Hall of Truth, Archmage Rhine was explaining to the other mages the legality of Cloud City's entry into other countries. This was a small piece of information that only the counselors knew. The Truth Symposium was actually divided into the Inner Circle counselors and the Outer Circle counselors. There were more Inner Circle counselors and Outer Circle counselors, but the Outer Circle counselors were hidden between the Inner Circle counselors. Only the Inner Circle counselors knew the identities of the other Inner Circle counselors. The Inner Circle counselors didn't have any special privileges. They were just given more trust and more intelligence support. And Amara of the Stars Revelation, together with Miracle Prayer Rhine, she was one of the few Inner Circle counselors who had made their identities public. I heard that Orlos died, so I thought that the agreement was naturally invalid. But when Roland brought the agreement and Emperor Halen's letter of authorization to me, I really didn't dare to believe it. They must have been together from the very beginning. The Hall of Truth, which was usually empty, was now more than half full. Many names that had been forgotten by the world for centuries, ghosts that had shocked the world hundreds or even thousands of years ago, had returned to the mortal world in masks and hoods. Although Archmage Rhine appeared to be calm and composed, his back was currently drenched in cold sweat. These seniors who had long since retired and lived in seclusion were either former truth counselors or former truth counselors. Some of them were authoritative figures in their own domains. Normally, they would be hiding somewhere, but now that the City of Mages had made a move, all of them had suddenly appeared. Perhaps legally speaking, Ryan didn't need to be questioned by these retired seniors. But just like how a junior would always be unable to raise his head in front of a company's founder, a student who had graduated and started working would more or less panic whenever he saw his former homeroom teacher. Being surrounded by these old mages who had watched him grow up, it would be quite inexcusable if he didn't give an appropriate explanation. That's why, little Ryan, you discussed with the other Inner Circle counselors and activated the Cloud Tower. You sold the Cloud Tower just because of a small favor? You should know that the Cloud Tower has never been moved in all the years since Arledent was founded. Its stability is the foundation of all Arledent citizens' stability. Right now, panic is spreading among the commoners. A black-haired gentleman wearing a one-eyed mask appeared quite young. His eyes shone with a dangerous starlight. He was Ryan's teacher's senior, the former Inner Circle counselor, all-skilled hands Noah. Ryan came to a sudden realization upon hearing this. No wonder these seniors who had been living in seclusion all jumped out from their caves. They were normally living in seclusion among the commoners of the capital. Naturally, they couldn't sit still when they saw the Cloud Tower move. This is probably what that Roland predicted as well. The younger generation will always surpass the older generation. Yet, all of you allowed the Cloud Tower, which has never been moved, to enter another country just for such a small amount of money. Noah didn't finish his sentence, but everyone could tell that he was rather dissatisfied. Ryan felt rather depressed at this point. He finally understood why Roland had to emphasize that moving the Cloud Tower would be a secret. These seniors' reactions were all within his expectations. Moving the cloud tower would naturally drag them into the battlefield. Scheming against an ally wasn't anything glorious, but scheming against an ally could strengthen an ally's power level. Ryan's emotions were quite complex. At this moment, it was his duty to answer his seniors' questions. As for why he made such a decision, hadn't he already thought about it from the very start? No, it's not just that. Ryan thought about it for quite a while and organized his words. His next words would likely determine his seniors' attitudes. This is a struggle for survival. Although the mage country is a country of mages, most of the residents here are still humans. That's why we must fight. He didn't give a long speech, nor did he try to reason with the archmages. Talking would be meaningless against archmages, and debating would only make the archmages hate him. Because we're humans. We must fight for the sake of our species' survival and prosperity. This was quite practical. Is this necessary? Noah nodded slightly. This answer was what he expected, as well as the only one he could accept. Continue the inheritance of the mysteries? Search for the endless truth? Survival would always be the top priority for any species. If the Chaos Lords truly obtained control over the mortal plane, would the mages still be able to maintain their former independence? Noah's question of "is this necessary?" had actually already accepted this reason. After all, the archmages weren't deaf. Living in seclusion didn't mean that they wouldn't receive information or be cut off from the rest of the world. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Infiltrating the mortal plane would allow them to have a better understanding of the current situation. Was this necessary? Didn't he ask if the mage country needed to participate? That was because, from the very start, nobody would be able to escape this battle. Hiding in their ivory towers and trembling in fear would be the same as handing the butcher's knife to the enemy. Noah was asking if the current situation had already reached the point of the final battle. Was it necessary to use the cloud tower? Ryan's eyes flashed with a resolute will. Activating the cloud tower would be the equivalent of dragging the entire mage country into battle. This wasn't a decision he could make by himself, but he had already accepted this decision from the bottom of his heart. It's necessary. Only by participating in this battle and obtaining victory will we have sufficient authority and status in this new generation. For the sake of the inheritance of the mysteries and the dignity of mages, as the strongest group in the mortal plane and those who benefit from this, we must obtain combat achievements that match our status. The rational mages didn't care about logic at all, nor did they care about politics or meaning. They directly discussed the benefits of the future, like sly merchants. The Hades are far more suitable for us than the Order and Chaos factions. Every single member of the Truth Symposium has agreed on this. The Hades, Order, and Chaos factions were destined to have a decisive victory in this holy war. Since it was impossible for the mage country to close their borders and escape, it would be better for the Truth Symposium to choose a location and attack with all their might in order to obtain sufficient combat achievements. If it wasn't for the fact that the Truth Symposium had already realized this, no matter how nice Roland's words sounded, the Truth Symposium would have ignored him. Agreements and whatnot would be meaningless without sufficient benefits to support them. Noah closed his eyes and fell silent. However, the elderly mages were communicating with each other in a special way. After a while, Noah opened his eyes with a smile still on his face. In that case, little Ryan, us old bones will have to bother you for a while. Ryan paused in surprise for a moment before being overjoyed. With these elderly mages joining the Truth Symposium would instantly become several times stronger. At this moment, Noah secretly passed a piece of paper to Ryan on the table. There was only a special spell for communication written on it. Perhaps you can use this. This is... Ryan's eyes widened when he heard the name that Noah passed to him. His heart almost stopped beating. So the mage country's true trump card, the older generation of mages, was still in Ryan's hands. Even the mage country's mages didn't know about this at all. The elderly mages all disappeared from the conference hall. Only Noah and a few others stayed behind to act as communication hubs. The Cloud Tower, which had greatly increased in power, sped up and arrived at the battlefield faster than expected. When the Cloud Tower descended from the clouds and saw the chaotic, dimensional battlefield before them, even the archmages who had experienced countless battles panicked. They were glad that they had used their trump card. The Cloud Tower entering the dimensional battlefield meant that more than half of the mage country's combat strength was now fully invested in this battle for survival that could only be won. If one looked into the past, such as the mage country's foolish actions in the game's history, it would be easy to see that the mage's attitude towards this battle had always been changed by that person. At this moment, that person heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Cloud Tower had arrived earlier than expected. Sophocles was far too difficult to deal with, and the power that Sophocles had just revealed proved one of his guesses. Sophocles, you're no demon at all, right? Chapter 789. Sophocles the Deceiver is the most unfathomable demon main god. He loves to tempt mortal warriors and powerful individuals to fall into depravity. He's an expert at arranging fates and tragedies. I've always felt that he's more suited to the title of King of Lies than I am. Back in the Hades, devil main god Thais had introduced me to Sophocles the Deceiver. Back then, little Thais had told me about Sophocles the Deceiver's glorious achievements. Sophocles' most famous achievement is probably that he once created his own evil cult in the mortal plane and successfully made his incarnation a true god. This demon main god actually succeeded in becoming a true god, and he even allied with many true gods, causing all the order gods to lose all face. Sophocles and his believers are still the public enemies of all the true gods' churches. Perhaps this seemed like an unimportant background introduction, but if one were to look into it, it revealed a lot of things that were worth pondering. First of all, Sophocles had once had an incarnation act as a human hero. Sophocles gradually grew to a certain degree and established his own church, gradually obtaining divine power and belief, and finally ascending to become a true god. And then not only did that incarnation of Sophocles successfully ascend to become a true god, he even received the recognition of other order gods and became a member of the order gods. Allying with other true gods meant that not only did Sophocles have true gods as allies, he had also completely integrated into the god system. It was highly likely that he had joined a certain god's faction and become an important part of that faction. This is basically the equivalent of becoming a mortal enemy's family member. The gods weren't idiots or imbeciles. Sophocles had been able to successfully scam them only because he had brought out the real thing, a real divine concept and divine concept. In that case, there would be far too many things to ponder and analyze. Harloise, what kind of church did Sophocles establish back in the day? What were his teachings and divine concepts? Evolution and species hierarchy. He advocated for the natural order between species and emphasized on self-evolution through hard work. The core of his teachings was an evolutionary tree that included all species. He believed that every species had their own position, but humans were at the top while other species were just branches. Naturally, other species had strong opinions about this. However, the human kingdoms at the time greatly welcomed this belief, and it seemed like there were no problems. There were no problems. This was a big problem. This doctrine itself was self-contradictory. On one hand, it fixed the species' ranks, while on the other hand, it encouraged competition and evolution. The strong would be at the top, while the weak would fight and compete to become strong. The entire world was like a huge jungle. Wasn't that the essence of the chaos abyss? How preposterous and foolish was this, changing the nature of the chaos abyss into another way of describing it, and then adding on the label of humanism. He became immensely popular in the Order faction, which was dominated by humans. In the end, he successfully became a true god of the Order faction. No wonder all the true gods' churches view Sophocles as their mortal enemy. As long as Sophocles is still alive, he'll be the symbol of how foolish all the Order true gods are. It was evident that Sophocles' dark history was hidden in the shadows. Most Order churches' popes only knew that Sophocles was Sophocles' mortal enemy, but didn't know why. However, the Devil Lord and Elven Empress Sophocles clearly remembered this. Talking about the past wasn't just for idle chatter. Past experiences were the journey of an individual's life. What they experienced and collected formed their present. Combining the information I received from Harlois and Sophocles' current appearance, I finally had an inference. However, this inference should have been ridiculous even in theory. Sophocles, you're not a demon at all, right? You. That's right. I could clearly see that Sophocles' armor of light was nothing more than a disguise. No matter how ridiculous the Helettim generation was, it was impossible for a set of armor to be able to control the power of order. If Sophocles was truly a pure demon, then the holy light and power of order that he controlled would directly burn him to ashes, just like how my unfortunate experimental subject had been hypnotized into believing in the holy light. Demons were pure creatures of chaos. No matter how their minds and souls thought, the power of order, especially the power of holy light that represented purification, would always conflict with their physical bodies. And now, Sophocles was pretending to be using his armor's power to control and absorb holy light. However, his true body was actually simultaneously using the power of order and chaos. In that case, there was only one explanation. You, Sophocles the deceiver, aren't even a demon at all. You're an Order true god. Sophocles' voice wasn't loud at all. In fact, it could only be called a murmur. However, due to a mysterious resonance, the entire battlefield could hear his voice. Thunder boomed, bringing with it an inconceivable question. The entire battlefield paused for a moment. At the next moment, what reverberated in the world was the double echo of a holy voice and a furious roar. Yes, since order can be considered a form of chaos, then the law of the jungle and self-evolution represented by chaos is also a form of order. Haha, you're much smarter than those old fellows. Even now, they still believe that it was just a well-planned prank. They never expected that I'd already obtained something from that prank. Not only am I the ruler of the Chaos Abyss, I'm also an evolved god. Was this a double personality disorder? No, it was just that my incarnation and my true self had different ways of thinking. For some reason, I felt that this was quite familiar. Isn't this the relationship between Wumians and your true self? It would seem that someone else has already become a god before you, but no matter how you look at it, it's the exact opposite of you. Harlois' reminder helped me come to a sudden realization. Both of us had created an incarnation with a portion of our soul shards and then successfully ascended to godhood. However, looking at the current situation, it was completely different. I had needed a judge, which was why I had Wumians become an independent individual who combined with the concept of law to become a merciless judge. In the end, Wumians was completely cut off from me. Meanwhile, Sophocles had done everything he could to ascend to godhood. However, he still followed the most basic principle of the Chaos Abyss, to become even stronger. I could basically see what he had done now. His incarnation had used the power of faith to ascend to godhood, and then his connection with Sophocles was discovered. His believers were viewed as evil cultists and sealed away. The collapse of the power of faith should have caused this weak, new god to fall into eternal slumber. However, Sophocles had devoured and recombined with his incarnation. Sophocles' main god-level chaos power replaced the power of belief in order to support the god of evolution's growth. Meanwhile, Sophocles' main body was silently transforming into an order god. In the end, Sophocles successfully became an order god by borrowing someone else's body. He transformed his incarnation into his main body, and his main body became his incarnation. In that case, the power that he normally shows is only half of his original power? If that was all there was to it, it wouldn't have given me a headache. The worst part was that Sophocles possessed the special abilities of both a god and a powerful demon. The gods' special abilities were mainly reflected in their divine concepts and divine rights. They were incredibly skilled at creating their own combat environment and using dimensional laws to strengthen themselves and weaken their opponents. Meanwhile, a powerful demon's chaos domain would counteract or devour the opponent's dimensional laws, which would then force both sides to the same level for a melee fight. The powerful demon who had reached the apex of bloodthirsty evolution had a terrifying and gigantic body. The god of evolution together with a powerful demon who's skilled at evolution. This is truly cheating. Just thinking about it allowed me to discover countless possible combinations. For example, I could use the divine right of evolution to speed up my own evolution, allowing me to multiply my growth rate. I could also obtain many times the results and experience in certain areas. Still, this wasn't even the worst part. He's trying to simultaneously control both order and chaos. He's also trying to obtain the creator-goddess level of power. This isn't the first time he's been like this. Just 1 or 2 years have passed. Just what has he obtained over the past few years? Just what other aces does he have up his sleeves? I was already wondering if I had been too unlucky today. If things were really as I expected, then Sophocles wouldn't be the weakest main god at all. Not only would he be the strongest, he would be overwhelmingly stronger. The slyest main god had suddenly transformed into the strongest main god. Although this was unexpected, it was still reasonable. However, it was already too late to change Sophocles now. I could only grit my teeth and endure. I kept feeling like something was wrong. Of the 3 chaos main gods, I had originally thought that Donades would be the leader and the core. However, this was obviously not the case. It was definitely impossible for Donades to join the battle at a time like this. Just what was Sophocles thinking? At the same time, the cloud tower descended from the sky and attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. The next instant, Sophocles began to move. Chapter 790. The cloud tower tore through the dark clouds and brought the warriors on the battlefield more than just the much-needed sunlight. This was a city that had been managed by mages for several millennia. This city was definitely not just a symbolic existence. When all the mage towers were lit up, and when blue magical runes illuminated the entire sky, the world finally understood why attacking the mage country was viewed as such a fool's errand. Numerous magical sparks were ignited. Countless meteors streaked across the sky as the spell models took shape. Attack spells, meteors, blizzards, chain lightning, and so on descended like raindrops. Over 1,000 spells were cast, but there was no confusion at all as they all locked onto their targets. Meanwhile, the human allies were also flashing with magical radiance. Magical armor, weapon enchantments, resistance to chaos abyss energy, strength buffs, and agility buffs were more than enough to transform a kitten into a tiger or a coward into a hero. The wise mages made their grand entrance for the first time. However, they seemed like upstarts who didn't have any foundational knowledge. They didn't hesitate to use their own magical power and cast all known and unknown spells. However, this was only the beginning. It was also the prelude to clearing the battlefield and creating a safe distance between them. Deafening incantations, ancient forest tunes, and curses filled with strange syllables rang out. At the same time, several forbidden spell level mana sources were activated. The forbidden spell level elemental tide directly created a new area of dead magic. Surprisingly, but within reason, the mages chose to transform into elemental cannons the moment they appeared. They unhesitatingly prepared forbidden spell attacks in order to force the enemy into a decisive battle. The devils wouldn't just sit there and wait for their deaths. The undead regrouped under the undead lord's command, while the demons viciously roared in search of new prey. Countless magical creatures finally gathered into a black tide. The mages had to destroy their enemies before the large-scale forbidden spells were cast. As such, they had to attack a city a floating mage city that had countless archmages and mage towers. Countless sparks were ignited in the tide. Countless corpses had been used to decorate the path of their charge. The archmages used their actions to explain what it meant to be simple and direct. Violent and direct combat methods obtained a tremendous strategic advantage. All the cannons, mage towers, and archmages no longer needed to search for targets on the battlefield. The targets would voluntarily deliver themselves to them. Under the command of the archmages wouldn't dare to retreat even if they died. Perhaps the mages had borrowed Roland's strategy for dealing with the demon wave back in the Elven Kingdom, or perhaps it was because the Cloud Tower already had such a strategy in reserve. The mages immediately seized the initiative on the battlefield. Mobile fortresses were far more difficult to defeat than airships. Such a strategy was even more shameless. The mages had already collected information on the battlefield. They had no intention of participating in the main God's battlefield. Instead, they began to clean up the low-intensity battlefield. The devils and undead had already suffered tremendous casualties after fighting for so long. The continuous, unexpected incidents caused the battlefield to become incredibly chaotic. The devils that didn't want to forcefully attack the mage city actually started deserting due to the forbidden spells. And when a deserter appeared, the undead lords and demon lords were no idiots. It was only natural that they would consider their own escape routes. When a large number of devils started deserting, the balance of the battle instantly tilted. After fighting for so long and paying such a high price, the human allied army seemed to finally see the light at the end of the tunnel after the Cloud Tower arrived. Now that hope had appeared, someone would attempt to instantly attack it. Sophocles the Deceiver transformed into a twisted shadow that glided towards the mage city at high speed. He unhesitatingly let go of his current opponent. Donades and Barbarat were both tied down. The only person who could change the situation would naturally be Sophocles the Deceiver. Sophocles the Deceiver. I heaved a sigh of relief when Sophocles changed targets. I indeed found it rather difficult to deal with him after he revealed his true combat strength. But if I allowed him to escape just like that, what face would I have left? The Northlands. I wasn't particularly skilled at flying, but I only needed a single thought to summon my magic sword, create an ice arena, and restrict my opponent's movements. Is this an avalanche? Should I say that I'm quite lucky? Countless snowflakes accumulated in midair before transforming into an ocean of ice and snow. The only thing that could be seen in the entire ice arena was the furiously descending waves of snow. Avalanches were one of the most severe ice and snow disasters. However, my magic sword, the Northlands, hadn't fully formed yet. I didn't expect it to be able to kill Sophocles, but the ice and snow here would be perfect for playing hide and seek. I unhesitatingly dove into the snow. Since I would be victorious as long as I could restrict Sophocles, I could use this battlefield to stall for time. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the next second, there was a thunderous sound that caused my entire body to go numb. The Northland's magic sword in my hand instantly transformed into dust. I looked around and saw that a large hole had been opened up in the ice arena. Snowflakes were flowing down from the hole. Sophocles had forcefully broken through the ice barrier. Is this the difference in absolute power? I really drew the worst number of cards this time. Although I had faintly guessed that my incomplete Northland's magic sword wouldn't be able to restrict Sophocles for long, I still felt rather helpless that Sophocles had forcefully broken through the ice barrier. The power of the natural laws had been shattered by brute force. However, that didn't mean that the natural laws themselves were useless. It was simply that brute force far surpassed the limits of the natural laws. Sophocles was already flying towards the Cloud City. Meanwhile, I was organizing my equipment. The Cloud Tower wouldn't be easy to deal with. If I flew slower, I would be able to catch up to the Cloud Tower's defensive nodes. Perhaps I would even be able to pincer attack them. Yep, it definitely wasn't because I wanted to see what other trump cards the mage country had up their sleeves. Was I really that bad of a person to leave the Cloud Tower unguarded and allow my enemy to test my allies' trump cards? Not only you. Even I want to know what other trump cards the Cloud Tower has up their sleeves. The silly cat's words echoed in my ears. However, this time, her familiar retort came from her main body. I looked up and saw that it was indeed her familiar appearance. However, she was currently covered in dust and blood. It would seem that flying here from the Eastern Battlefront hadn't been a very safe and pleasant experience. The Eastern Battlefront is doing quite well. The dragons are doing their best. That devil Lord Sophocles has suffered quite a bit. Don't worry about them. Let's get through this first. I was greatly energized by her arrival. I now had yet another trump card that I could use. But before that, the mage country was forced to use a new trump card in front of us as we watched the menacing Sophocles. Chapter 791. Main god-level existences were at the peak of the entire world. They didn't have much in common with each other. Every existence's path of growth was unique. The term main god level was actually rather redundant. It was only a term that mortals used to describe these individuals at the peak of the world. They had already surpassed the limits of normal life evolution. They were capable of creating their own dimensions, hunting other species, and destroying or reviving countries with a single word. They were high up in the clouds, pushing and slowing down the world's changes from behind the scenes. In all the past holy wars, the main gods had always maintained an appropriate amount of restraint. They would first send their own species and subordinates into the battlefield, and would only participate indirectly when it was absolutely necessary. They would rarely personally participate. This wasn't because of a main god's pride, nor was it purely because they were restricted by the will of the Chaos Abyss. It was because, at their level, the holy wars weren't that important anymore. They had already faintly escaped the cycle of the holy wars. Many main gods were existences that had experienced several, or even several dozen holy wars. There were many existences that disobeyed the will of the Chaos Abyss and looked down on her orders. In all the past holy wars, apart from a small number of warmongers like Donati's, the top-level Chaos main gods would mostly restrain themselves when the middle-level and higher-level Chaos main gods would excitedly invade the mortal plane. This was something that the will of the Chaos Abyss, Cynthia, tacitly allowed and hoped for. Of course, she wouldn't say it out loud. In fact, she would even punish the Chaos main gods that ignored the summons for the holy war. But these Chaos main gods didn't really care. Demon noble titles and Chaos blessing were meaningless to them to begin with. Out of all the main god-level existences in the entire universe, only 20 or 30 of them were known to the world as the pinnacle of evolution. If every single one of them entered the holy war and 4 or 5 of them died each time, the holy war would be over in just a few battles. Evolution would be meaningless. Since the holy war wasn't that important to them, and they wouldn't risk their own lives, this was just like how poor people often dared to fight and fight, seizing every opportunity to change their fate, while rich people were actually afraid of death. If you, an over-god, took action, then the other side had to send out an over-god to deal with you. However, it was very difficult to limit the intensity of a clash like this. Once they used their full strength, anyone could die. Actually, this was the same for the Order faction as well. Every time the Order faction was truly dragged into this, it would always be the main gods of the ruling species. The Order faction's main gods relied on the tremendous amount of faith provided by their species' strength to become powerful. However, this was also why they were restricted. It could be said that the Chaos faction's main gods would be replaced the fastest. When the species under their protection was challenged, that would be the same as the main god being challenged as well. The authority to rule over an entire dimension, along with the limitless amount of faith and resources, was something that even the main gods would be tempted by. It was also worth the risk of being destroyed. That was because when the god of holy light, Roland, had still been an ordinary person, he had only been a slightly stronger semi-god hero. At the very most, he had been on par with a low god. However, the current god of holy light was publicly acknowledged as the strongest main god. His power had even surpassed the combined power of multiple main gods. Everything that was happening before his eyes was too abnormal. Under normal circumstances, everything would have happened like this. The Chaos Abyss would invade. The demon lords who thirsted for blood and their minions would begin their first wave of looting. Now that the Chaos Abyss was facing both internal and external troubles, the other species would have their own plans and begin challenging the ruling species' authority, causing small-scale conflicts. The continuous battles would weaken the ruling species' combat strength and population. Various species would then try to become the new rulers of the Chaos Abyss. This would finally become a chaotic world where the final victor would be determined. During this process, the Chaos Abyss would be more like a natural disaster or a bandit passing by. The Chaos Abyss would willfully kill and rob, causing war and panic. The Chaos Abyss would be the mortal enemies of the ruling species and their gods. After the war, even if the new species that the Chaos Abyss supported became the ruler of the Chaos Abyss, the great majority of demons would still return to the Chaos Abyss. At most, in an era where the Chaos Abyss was in control, there would be even more travel to the lower planes, and the number of demon descendants on the surface would multiply by several times. 2,000 years later, the Order Gods of the Heavens would beat their war drums once more, and a new cycle would begin. What could the world possibly obtain during this process? Was the entire world really progressing? I felt that the answer was yes. Denying the progress and growth of war would be the greatest form of disrespect to the victims of war. The existential crisis brought about by war would forever be the greatest motivation for technological and civilization innovation. Every time a war broke out, more inventions and sparks of wisdom would appear. Some would even be several hundred years ahead of time. I wouldn't deny the progress brought about by war. That was because war would affect the innocent. They would need to think of every possible way to make breakthroughs in order to survive. They would use technology that would normally be used to create weapons of mass destruction. Even mathematicians would become code-cracking experts, and physicists would become bomb experts. I'm still against war because those astonishing technological innovations can still be slowly invented in an era of peace, using a more peaceful and economical method to change the world. Those who believe that war can advance history and civilization are the ones who have a one-sided view of things. Are you really that opposed to Cynthia and her jungle evolution theory? Only war and killing each other will be able to produce evolution? I've never seen such an idiotic topic before. That's right. I've always felt that Cynthia is an idiot who hasn't graduated from high school due to her Chinibu syndrome. Actually, I even added in my mind system, you're the same as well. You're just in a slightly different direction. Cough, I went off topic. Let's get back to the main topic. My impression of the chaos main gods and demon armies was that in most situations, a destructive weapon capable of destroying the ruling species. This was an ultimate test that the ruling species had to face. This time, from the very start, the situation seemed off, even without the will of the Chaos Abyss restraining them. The Chaos main gods were far too active. Sophocles obviously wasn't a warmonger, yet he had already started stirring up trouble. Not only had Sophocles entered the battlefield himself, he had even dragged Donades and Barbarat along with him. These two were the most enthusiastic participants in all previous holy wars. They didn't need any rewards. It was enough as long as they could kill, fight, and eat happily. But why was Sophocles himself participating so enthusiastically? Barbarat and Donades didn't need a reason to go to war, but Sophocles did. Sophocles was a smart individual, as well as an ambitious individual. The common characteristic of these two individuals was that Sophocles would only act for his own personal benefits and goals. Honor and reputation were meaningless to Sophocles. He had worked so hard to do all of this for a certain personal benefit. Just what was his personal goal? At this moment, I recalled how Sophocles had previously invited me to surround and attack Cavendish. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through my mind. Although this sounded ridiculous, if I combined it with Sophocles' divine concept, perhaps everything could be explained. By the way, is it really okay for you to just watch from the sidelines? You've stayed at the Cloud Tower for so long already. You should have some feelings for it. Harloise, didn't the Cloud Tower also raise you? You were even one of its teachers in the past. If you want to go help, go help. We flew at a leisurely pace, chatting as we observed the entire battlefield. We had no intentions of helping Sophocles when he attempted to attack the Cloud Tower. We had lived at the Cloud Tower for quite some time, so we weren't worried that it would be so easily destroyed. Right now, we were more interested in seeing just how many trump cards Sophocles could force out. At the top of the Cloud Tower, a golden rune in the shape of a mage's hat lit up, seeming to be summoning something. Sophocles had given up on being my opponent here, which was actually a good thing for our battle situation. Barbarat's battle is so ugly. I don't want to participate in the mud wrestling. I'd rather go help the Titan giants. It was a 3v3 battle. Whenever someone left first, the remaining two would naturally be the unlucky ones. I would truly be an idiot if I didn't take this opportunity to gain an advantage in a 2v1 battle. As for why I chose the Titan Giants battle instead of Heimer's, it definitely wasn't because the Titan Giants had a great advantage, nor was it because I wanted to take revenge on Donati's. Cough, cough, even if it was because of personal grudges. Choosing to defeat the weaklings to create a snowball advantage on the battlefield was definitely the wisest choice. Just as I was about to head down and gang up on Donati's, Sophocles' battle caused me to change my mind. The Cloud Tower's magical summoning had ended. An old acquaintance of mine had appeared in midair. Back when I was in the Hades, we had even had tea and chatted together as temporary enemies. This white-robed old man had a long white beard that reached the ground. Even though he was using a walking stick, he didn't seem old at all. As he stood there, he instantly controlled the mana waves around him. The elemental tide formed a natural barrier around him. This was Calamandas, the god of wisdom, a main god and Harloise' former protector. At this moment, the mages also revealed an incredibly powerful trump card. Calamandas was one of the few gods that mages worshipped. However, nobody knew that he had long since allied himself with the mages. The mage country also revealed their main god-level combat strength, which was more than enough to prove their sincerity in participating in this battle for survival. From a certain standpoint, Calamanda's appearance on the battlefield at this time also represented that he had broken off relations with the Holy Light faction. As long as we did our best, we would gain yet another reliable combat strength. This was also why I immediately changed sides. Calamandas wasn't a main god who was skilled at combat. If Calamandas treated the current Sophocles like his old self, he would definitely suffer greatly. But looking at things from a different perspective, there wasn't much difference. It would still be a 2v1 battle. Chapter 792. Calamandas, the god of wisdom, had many divine concepts. Just like the other main gods, he was also a top-level god king in his own god faction. This god faction was probably the most low-key god faction in the world. Most gods in this god faction were the guardians of books, knowledge, and scholars. Calamandas was viewed as the most neutral god faction that focused on promoting and preserving civilization and culture. But when the entire world descended into chaos, when the flames of war burned the entire world, the scholars would no longer be able to hide in their ivory towers. Since they lived in this world, they would have to make a decision in the end. At the very least, they would have to choose the side that was most likely to win. At the very least, they would have to have some allies that could help each other. As Calamandas was a god who didn't believe in any religion, he actually looked down on the fanatical believers of the true gods. Mages who pursued the truth were the true gods' natural allies. They had signed an alliance several hundred years ago. Calamandas and Calamandas had agreed that they would stand together in times of need. And now was obviously such a time of need. Calamandas was still thinking about what kind of situation would make the mages activate this final alliance when he stepped out of the magic array. He wasn't afraid that there would be any traps here, because he had long since reached the peak of the world. But now he was no longer as confident as before. This was a battlefield devoid of light. The only thing that filled the entire battlefield was the clash of main god-level powers. The undefeatable Chaos War God was being beaten up by a tall giant. The Chaos Demon Lord and Devil Lord were currently tearing at each other. The gods' battle caused the space here to tremble. Such a battlefield instantly made Calamandas raise his vigilance. He also noticed his opponent approaching him. Calamandas was quite familiar with the powerful existence approaching him. Sophocles was an old opponent of his. Both of them were main god-level existences. It was only natural that they had fought against each other in the long years of history. It would be far too difficult for old existences like Calamandas to improve at a foundational level. Calamandas waved his staff in a practiced manner, instantly creating a blue magical shield in midair. This shield was as large and sturdy as a city wall. When he waved his staff a second time, several air knight squadrons of elemental spirits appeared in the sky. These knights were controlling over 1,000 high-level elemental creatures. In midair, layers of defenses that flickered with mysterious runes were activated. In a short instant, Calamandas set up 17 layers of defenses with the power of the god equipment. Calamandas then stood where he was and gathered his divine power to create a gigantic offensive magic array. He intended to give Sophocles a vicious blow and use reality to tell him that even an old dog like Sophocles still had some teeth, and that Calamandas wasn't so senile that he couldn't even hold a magic staff. Oh no! Calamandas's response wasn't exactly correct. However, it seemed to me that Calamandas had obviously underestimated Sophocles. He was still judging Sophocles by his old standards. Right in front of me, Sophocles suddenly split into two. The Angel of Light transformed into a sharp arrow that pierced through the Elemental Knight's defenses, while the Demon of Darkness transformed into a hammer that shattered the mage's magic shield. The 17 layers of defense were instantly destroyed, layer by layer. In just an instant, Calamandas' defense, which he thought would be solid enough, was directly torn apart. Calamandas was still lowering his head and preparing a powerful offensive incantation. Ah! By the time that Calamandas noticed that the situation was bad, Light and Shadow's meteor had already landed in front of him. He didn't even have the time to react before the meteor pierced through his body, leaving behind a torn body and a pitiful scream that shook the entire battlefield. At that moment, Calamandas looked towards me with a gaze filled with disbelief and astonishment. In the end, this gaze transformed into hatred. Calamandas lost? He died? So quickly? I couldn't believe what had just happened. Calamandas had died in a single exchange. Even if he had underestimated Sophocles, Calamandas was still a main god. How could he have lost so quickly? The situation wasn't right. I had just fought against Sophocles. If Sophocles had the ability to instantly kill a main god, I would have been killed long ago. Calamandas' defense had been as weak as paper in front of Sophocles. This definitely wasn't normal. Since Calamandas dared to set up such a powerful defense and focus on preparing a powerful attack, he must have been absolutely confident. Even if Calamandas' information was wrong, he shouldn't have been defeated so easily. It was as if he directly opened an iron door with a key. Harlois's words contained a faint hint of hatred, which surprised me. After she glanced at me, she sent me a message. As it turned out, as the inventor of elemental magic and the founder of magical civilization, the Gold Elves had received much help from Calamandas. Not only did the Gold Elves worship the Gold Elven gods, but they also worshipped the Wisdom gods. As the Gold Elves researched the truth of magic, the magical Gold Elves and Calamandas formed a deep friendship. Since both Calamandas and Calamandas were undying existences, this friendship actually lasted until modern times. As expected of the god of wisdom, Calamandas was filled with friendliness towards all species that were searching for the truth. In the eyes of these species, Calamandas never blindly acted as a prophet. He was more like someone who was searching for the truth. He was a trustworthy ally and senior. Calamandas was inextricably connected to the Halettim generation and had a 10,000-year friendship with the Gold Elf Empire. Now he was also an ally of the Mage country. During the Battle of the Hades, although Calamandas had been an invader, he had been able to chat and drink tea with us the entire time. One of the main reasons was that not only was he a remnant of the Halettim generation, he was also Harlois' protector and supporter, which was why Harlois hadn't been killed yet. And such an existence that was supposed to be indestructible was easily torn apart in front of us, directly torn into two halves. Those defenses were the result of the Gold Elf Empire and Calamandas' joint research. The mystical protection shield, the Harlan Elemental Night Order summoning, and the 17-leaf world, tree's defensive formation are all forbidden magic spells from the Gold Elf Empire. Only the Gold Elves with the royal bloodline are allowed to use them. I finally understood what Calamandas' final grudge was about. Since it was the Gold Elf Empire's secret, he believed that Harlois was the one who leaked his information. And as far as I knew, although Harlois was quite shameless, had a bad mouth, was always acting like a Thunder Princess, and always looked down on my magic talent. Cough, cough! At the very least, she still had a sense of scale in her heart. She would treat those who were truly good to her sincerely. Abelard. I paused in surprise when Harlois said his name in a heavy tone. Who was Abelard? So, she added one more sentence. Dedina. Oh, so it's your mother. No, your father. Cough, cough, the weather today is quite nice. I turned around to see an incredibly grim expression, as expected. It would seem that Abelard's betrayal had angered her quite a bit. It would be better for me to say less. But it was my turn to have a headache. Not only did I have to deal with Sophocles, but I also recalled how Dedina had given the information to Sophocles. In a way, this was proof that I had just come to a conclusion that would lead to the worst possible outcome. Sophocles is Cavendish's true ally. Chapter 793. The fact that Calamandas instantly collapsed the moment he appeared caused the entire battlefield to pause. That was because he was a main god. It was inconceivable that he would be killed so easily. The Cloud Tower's mages were probably the most panicked of all. They never expected that a powerful main god like Calamandas would be defeated so easily. Even though Calamandas wasn't known for his combat prowess, he was still far more famous than the weakest main god, Sophocles. Bind. With a low roar, all the magic energy that had been torn apart gathered together again and transformed into a physical substance. The magic energy intertwined into threads, which then wove into a net. Sophocles' magical web entangled him, which also stopped him from continuing to chase after Sophocles. That's right, continuing his pursuit. Even though Calamandas was ambushed and defeated, it would still be so easy for a main god like Calamandas to die. Berserk magic and divine power gathered together, forming the upper body of a white-haired old man. Although Calamandas was in quite a sorry state, and his lower body had completely vanished, at the very least he hadn't died on the spot. The magical net that Calamandas created with all his might had only managed to trap Sophocles for an instant. But that's enough. My dawn holy sword viciously sliced at Sophocles' body. The darkness, main god's defenses vanished under the illumination of holy light. Right after that, I exploded with my favorite punch. Meanwhile, behind me, Harlois was hurriedly trying to heal Calamandas. However, it was likely that neither of us had high hopes for her to succeed. Roland, are you really going to stop me? Sophocles' voice was still a mix of voices, but there wasn't even a single shred of emotion in his voice. The Sophocles before me was becoming more and more emotionless, and he seemed less and less like a demon. Stop him? Wasn't Sophocles' main goal to invade the mortal plane with his demon army? Why did it seem that killing Calamandas was his main goal instead? Something was wrong with the situation. Not only was Sophocles prepared, he was even hunting Calamandas down. What would he live for if he killed Calamandas? The divine concept of wisdom and knowledge? I kept feeling like something was wrong with the situation, but my hands didn't stop moving. I summoned my absolute ice armor as well as my top-quality shield, Androkin's Wall of Sighs, which I hadn't used in a long time. He held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, protecting most of his body behind the armor and shield. He leaned forward slightly and only locked onto his opponent through the gap between his helmet. He held the sword lightly in his hand and the shield firmly in his hand. He took a heavy step forward and was ready to react at any moment. This was the defensive posture that every human infantryman would use. Although this stance couldn't be called cool. Calamandas had been defeated in battle over the Calamandas. Calamandas had been defeated. I unhesitatingly decided to use the turtle shell tactic against Sophocles, who was in a bad situation. In the Cloud Tower, numerous mage towers were currently charging up. Compound mega attack spells were all locked onto the demons before me. Numerous black dots in the sky were getting closer and closer. These were all senior archmages that I had to face directly. Although I didn't have much hope that Harlow's healing would be effective, Calamandas should be able to recover some combat strength if he was given some time. Time was on my side, so I naturally chose to stall for time. The ultimate glory of killing a main god wasn't something that I considered from the very start. At this moment, a melodious holy song spread throughout the entire battlefield. Darkness was dispelled by light, and everyone instinctively looked up at the sky. However, they were unable to look directly at the blinding light. The god of holy light? What's he doing here? This situation was already chaotic enough. Another main god, and the strongest main god at that. I looked up at the sky. Holy light was unable to block my vision. I heaved a faint sigh of relief when I saw the incarnation of holy light. Fortunately, it's only a clone. Even though it's a main god level clone, I was even somewhat jealous. Calamandas truly had a lot of resources. He was casually wasting divine power. He had already lost several main god level clones. Yet he was casually sending out another one. Although I was slightly distracted, my gaze was still locked onto Sophocles. I could faintly hear what he was saying. He's finally here? The god of holy light was brought here by Sophocles as well. Just what was Sophocles trying to do? Suddenly, Sophocles paused, and his blurry face regained its emotions. It was a rather familiar face, but it had an inexplicably gentle smile on it. He was sighing as if he was an ordinary person who was troubled by trivial matters. Finally, he came to a sudden realization and revealed a smile of abandoning everything. Everything is for the purest form of evolution. Damn it! Why did the slogan sound so familiar? You can't be playing the exact same trick, right? You're going to play the exact same trick after shouting the slogan. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a deafening explosion and a world-destroying flash simultaneously appeared in front of me. Sophocles, the powerful main god who had just revealed his true power, smiled as he completed the end of a villain. He shouted the word self-destruct. A main god self-destruction? Right in front of me. At that moment, my brain reacted slower than my survival instincts. My instincts for danger caused chills to run down my spine. I immediately used the most effective method to save myself. At that moment, I only had the time to throw away my shield, turn around, and drag Harlowis into that world. Then, I watched as the world around me turned white. This was no longer a simple attack of divine power. The combination of light and darkness created the most powerful divine power bomb in all of history. However, unlike in the past, this explosion was far too close and far too powerful. Even though I was in my personal bug-like world, the external attacks were still beginning to shatter the dimensional barriers. The dark gray, personal bug-like world began to fade as the connection to the Hades was forcefully shattered by the powerful divine power. The entire world in front of me was constantly shaking as it was peeled off piece by piece and finally returned to nothingness. Yongye City. I acted faster than my will. My mage city directly connected me and Harloise, and all of the floating city's mana was used to maintain the mage tower shields. Even so, the divine power that seeped into my mage tower was still destroying my pitiful foundation. Gales of divine power and dimensional cracks tore at my personal world. My magical shield was like a balloon that had been squeezed to its limit and was making a frightening sound. The entire floating city was shaking furiously, just like an arc of despair at the end of the world. The only thing that was trustworthy was that I hadn't tried to save any materials when creating my mage tower. No matter how fierce the storm in the outside world was, my sturdy magical shield managed to survive. However, we were like fish left on the shore after the tide had ebbed, and were directly tossed into the mortal plane. By the time everything barely returned to normal, we were in a completely different new world. We were now in an indescribably abnormal world. Multiple main gods had died, causing the dimensional laws of this entire world to become chaotic. Countless dimensional cracks had appeared, and the original blue sky and white clouds had vanished without a trace. The sky was now a chaotic universe, filled with stars, and Sophocles had taken away more than one or two main gods. However, I was currently attracted by a figure who had just arrived on the battlefield. If my inference was correct, he was the true mastermind behind this battle and Sophocles' abnormal actions. Cavendish, just what did you do? Chapter 794. Divine power self-destruction would always be a god's final move. They would transform their eternal life and limitless divine power into sparks that would drag their enemy down to hell with them in their despair. Weak gods would be able to kill powerful gods with this move, and the gods' world would be relatively stable. I didn't need to elaborate on how important this move was. But was the current situation really that bad for Sophocles? The answer was obviously no. The Chaos faction's armies were still endlessly pouring in through the dimensional door. The main gods weren't at an overwhelming disadvantage yet. Everything wasn't over yet. Even if the Chaos faction truly lost, wouldn't it be enough for Sophocles to just leave? Would he be foolish enough to die for the Chaos faction? Just how much had Sophocles invested in this battle? Why was he sacrificing everything? Why did he have to drag the other main gods to their deaths? I couldn't understand, but I knew that the existence before me would definitely be able to explain it to me. Cavendish, just what are you all doing? For me, the unknown was always depressing. It was quite uncomfortable to be led around by the nose, but I believed that the person before me would be able to give me an answer. The current battlefield was no different from the ancient battlefields of the mythological generation. There was no obvious difference between heaven and earth. The blue sky and white clouds had been replaced by the starry sky, and the foundational dimensional laws of the world had been shattered. I had never seen such a terrifying scene before. Countless dimensional tiers were being torn open, and my vision, sound, and senses were all being distorted. My sense of time and space was obviously out of balance. Even though I was only a few meters away, I felt like I was thousands of kilometers away. No, I was indeed thousands of kilometers away. You wouldn't know where your next step would land when you took the first step. When the foundational dimensional laws were broken, everything lost stability. Every step you took represented countless possibilities. In such a battlefield, gold-rank individuals didn't even have the right to be cannon fodder. Answer me. Cavendish. Amidst all the chaos, the most eye-catching thing was probably the giant god who stood tall between heaven and earth. Hey, is this me? As expected of a cockroach. Even that didn't kill you. It was a familiar figure, a familiar appearance, and a familiar, frivolous temperament. I had never thought that such a face could make me so angry. I took a step forward, but I suddenly appeared more than 300 meters behind him. It seemed that before the dimensional laws here stabilized, I would be unable to touch him. As far as the eye could see, the battlefield was a mess, but it wasn't that there were no survivors. The cloud tower landed on the ground with thick smoke rising from it. It seemed that it was already half destroyed. It wasn't that it had suffered heavy damage. The fact that the cloud tower hadn't been reduced to rubble and dust from the explosion meant that they had survived. At this moment, the strongest main god present, Titan, wasn't at the center of the explosion to begin with. There was enough distance between them to give him time to react. He was now half kneeling on the ground, glaring viciously at Cavendish. As for his opponent, Donates, although he was also struggling at death's door, he did not die in the explosion. But the other pair of sovereigns didn't have an easy time. I recalled that at that moment, Sophocles had once again used his special ability to split himself into two. One of the two was a demon, which locked onto us the god of holy light's incarnation and the god of wisdom's incarnation. Sophocles used his elemental advantage to deal the greatest amount of damage. Sophocles' other half was the god of evolution's incarnation, but he charged towards Hymer and Barbarot's battle. Now there was nothing but a pile of minced meat and the power of chaos. The priceless divinities, god equipment shards, the demon main god's heart, and so on had all been casually tossed aside like trash. I could sense Hymer's power, but I was unable to sense his existence. It seemed that he and Barbarot had already died. The god of wisdom Calamandas, the main god Devour Barbarot, the god of despair Hymer, and if you included the god of holy light's clone, Sophocles and 4 other main god-level existences had perished in just a short instant. Every main god wasn't just an individual. The order gods were an amalgamation of dimensional laws. A god-king level order god would be at the top of any god faction, capable of changing the dimensional laws with a single word. They would be the controllers of certain dimensional laws. The chaos main gods were the product of the evolution of chaos. In the process of their growth, they had devoured countless souls. Every time a chaos main god fell, countless souls would return to the cycle of reincarnation. They could even affect the depth of the Styx. And now, in just a short instant, 6 main gods, Sophocles counted as 2 main gods, had simultaneously died. It was as if someone had forcefully dug out a huge chunk of the ocean. There was a huge hole in the ocean, along with the main god's remnants, which made this area incredibly unstable. The current situation provided me with sufficient information. By now, I could faintly guess at Sophocles and Cavendish's plan, but, bro, you've already guessed it. Why are you still asking? Wasting your breath isn't your style. The Abyss Prince hadn't come here just to observe the battle. Countless little demons flew out from behind him and landed with heavy obsidian stones. They seemed to be constructing something. I fell silent. While I had indeed guessed it, I hadn't expected it to be such a grand scale. It's to open the door? It's just to open that door? To my astonishment, Cavendish directly shook his head. No, there's actually no door at all. Back in the day, Sophocles went to extreme lengths. The entire universe is sealed off, just like a stone room without any doors or windows. In such a situation, even if you have a key, it's impossible to open the door without a lock or a door. So you need to blow up a door, and the main gods are the necessary sacrifices? Although it was a question, I sounded certain. This was the only possibility that would be beneficial enough to make Sophocles pay such a high price. Carlos shrugged and smiled as he reached out with 3 fingers. 3 main gods is the minimum. However, Sophocles has completed his mission quite well. With a total of 6 main gods as sacrifices, this area has already been initialized. This place shall become the door to a new world. He didn't have any emotional fluctuations as he was simply stating the facts. However, this abnormal calmness that was obviously not in line with Cavendish's personality helped me faintly understand his determination. An initialized world isn't something that can be analyzed in such a short amount of time. Don't waste your time. Relax, I'm not interested in those parasites. As I said this, I glanced at the cloud tower that was slowly rising into the sky. It would seem that he had seen through my plan of stalling for time so that the survivors could retreat. Parasites, aren't they? Those parasites are clearly a part of humanity. They believe that they know all the mysteries of the world because they know a little bit of magic. It's only natural that they're superior to others and enjoy the sacrifices of ordinary people, but they've never treated themselves as part of humanity. They only enjoy benefits and never fulfill their obligations. If they aren't parasites, then what are they? That's exactly what you said back in the day. I instantly fell silent for a moment. From my perspective back in the day, the mage country was clearly the most powerful country in the world, yet it never did anything to change the world. It would be quite normal for me to say something like that with my extreme attitude back then, but I still needed to be careful. It would be quite troublesome if news of this spread. Cough, we all heard you. I heard Harlow's secret message in my ear. The next instant, the light of teleportation lit up on my body. It would seem that the cloud tower had completed its spatial analysis. As I looked at Cavendish, I finally asked him what he wanted to know. Why did you tell me all this? Why didn't you just kill me? Cavendish had a rather strange expression, as if it was strange for me to ask such a question. Why did I kill you? Just the sentence alone is enough for me to know that the old granny on your body hasn't told you anything yet. Go back and properly ask her about our undying nature. I didn't manage to hear Harlow's last sentence as I was dragged back to the cloud tower. The final scene that I saw out of the corner of my eye caused my scalp to go numb. The Yonya city that I had worked so hard to create had been mostly destroyed. The core sealed within had also been opened. The person who had just crawled out of the core and was glaring at me seemed to be an old acquaintance of mine.